Good evening, everyone. So it is 5:47, so starting a couple minutes late. I just want to say a couple things because I know we have a lot of people in the audience that we don't normally have. So tonight is a planning study session for the council. So this is an opportunity for us to get some information, to ask a lot of questions, but it is not actually a time for the public to give any comment or discussion. And so I'll ask you to let us ask a lot of questions. And if you want to make comment, you're welcome to do it at our next formal meeting. Happy to hear you during regular public comment period, or you can email us or call any of us as well. Anything you want to add, Tansy? No. All right. Are there any questions about the agenda tonight? All right, Tansy, any update from you?
I do have one brief update. So you do have some appointments to boards, committees, commissions upcoming. You previously gave some direction in terms of interview procedures. So we do have a brief update. You may remember that former council member Tony Unrein submitted an application to the firefighters old fire pension board. So when former council member Unrein submitted that, he was not aware that a potential returning board member had submitted an application. So Carm Sunday, who's on the board, had submitted a reappointment application. Once Mr. Unrein became aware of that, he's asked that his application be withdrawn in consideration of that. Carm, when re-advertised, had submitted her application. And so ultimately in similar cases, when there weren't other candidates, I think you did advance the existing candidates to be reappointed. So we could add a Carm's appointment to your action to reappoint members, if that was the direction of the council.
Any objection from council?
That's it from me.
Nothing from me. Thanks. All right, let's jump right in. Let's talk about the review of the automatic license plate reader technology and its use by our Thornton.
So
there's no engagement from the public, and we're going to have a lot of conversation here, but it's all recorded as well.
Yeah, here. So thank you. We have members from our police department team coming here to the table. The chief will give a brief introduction just as a reminder to the council. So the council late last year had asked for some informational update on the city's use of flock camera systems, a little bit about our internal policies and procedures. And so we'll be walking through that today. We are aware that there was a community meeting on this topic, and so staff has listened to that meeting and has tried to extract, our understanding of some of those key questions and concerns, and we will try to address some of those this evening as well. So with this, I'll turn it over to the police chief, Jim Baird.
Thank you for taking some time today for this important discussion. Just a few remarks before I turn it over to Chad, who will do most of the heavy lifting. As communities across Colorado continue to balance public safety, transparency, and individual rights, technology is inevitably going to become a part of that conversation now more than ever. Automatic license plate reader, or ALPR systems, you might hear them referred to today, such as the Flock Safety Camera Network currently in use by the Thornton Police Department, have proven to us to be an incredibly valuable tool to maximize public safety. The technology has helped us to develop leads and ultimately to solve crime that would not have been able to be solved otherwise, or potentially just would have taken longer to solve, and thereby leaving offenders out on the street for a longer period of time to continue to victimize our community. In addition to it, into the crime-focused pieces of it, it has assisted us in locating missing and endangered people, such as elderly members of our community suffering from various dementia conditions. It's also helped us to locate at-risk youth. But another compelling public safety benefit of this technology, at least for one of the two systems that you're going to hear about today, is that it proactively alerts us to the presence of vehicles entering our community that are wanted in connection with a crime, either here or somewhere else. At the same time, I do understand that the growth of these technologies has raised important questions about privacy, data security, and public trust. And Commander Parker is he's our resident expert in the use of the system. And he's going to give an overview of the FLOC system as was originally requested by the Mayor Pro Tem last year. As well as some limited information he's going to share on a legacy ALPR system that we are in the process of phasing out as well. Also, speaking to this, Deputy City Attorney Stevens is here to share some information about the current legal landscape surrounding the use of these systems and some Fourth Amendment considerations as well. Our agency, the Thornton Police Department, adopted the FLOC system with clear, limited objectives to enhance situational awareness, assist in the investigation of serious crime, and to provide timely information that helps protect our residents, our businesses, visitors, and critical infrastructure. In practice, the system has delivered significant benefit. It supported investigations involving stolen vehicles, missing persons, violent crime, property crime, and other high-profile incidents as well, often reducing the time and resources that are needed in order to bring those cases to some type of resolution. From a public safety standpoint, I can't overstate this. This is one of the best tools I've seen in 33 years in law enforcement. However, effectiveness alone, I recognize it's not good enough by itself. And as the system has expanded and public awareness of some of the surveillance technologies has grown, so too has concerns about how data is collected, how it's stored, how it's accessed, and how it's protected. And these concerns are valid. Coloradans place a high value on privacy, and state law reflects a strong commitment to protecting personal information and ensuring accountability in the use of all of our data-driven tools. Any technology deployed in the public sphere must align with operational needs, consistent with community values, and within the guardrails that are provided by the legal standards that we operate under. This presentation is not about whether safety and privacy are competing goals. Rather, it's about how they can and in fact must coexist. The FLOC system was designed with privacy protections in mind, including limited data retention, agency and role-based access controls, audit logs, and restrictions on use. Even so, policies, procedures, practices, and even the product itself must be able to evolve with community expectations. And this system has done just that. The FLOC tool that we are using today is different than the one that was originally rolled out a few years ago. I'm committed to maintaining our focus on public safety while ensuring that we do everything we can to protect the privacy of our community members. The Thornton Police Department does have a community advisory group consisting of 7 members of the community, 1 from each of our patrol sectors. And this is a good venue for us to continue to collaboratively look at some of these issues. And I'm committed to continuing that conversation as technology continues to evolve in order for us to enhance public safety. And with that, I'm going to turn it over, so should I say, get out of the way of Commander Parker, who will do most of the hands-on stuff here.
Thank you, and good evening. For newer council members who I have not had an opportunity to meet yet, my name is Chad Parker. I'm a division commander, and I currently oversee patrol operations in District 2, so everything north of 112th Avenue. Tonight, we're going to provide an update regarding the Thornton Police Department's use of the automatic license plate reader technology, which I'll probably commonly refer to as LPR. We'll provide you some background as to why we started using this technology and how it's evolved. We'll give you some understanding as to how the system works and how we use it on a daily basis. We'll also go over regulations and department policy and procedure regarding the use of the system. We also hope to touch on key community concerns and questions, at least those that have been brought to our attention. And we also hope to discuss a variety of different public safety benefits that we found through the use of this technology, and obviously have opportunity for questions. As to the catalyst behind why we started using LPR technology, it originated with what we were seeing not only in the city of Thornton, but throughout the state of Colorado in regards to auto theft. The state of Colorado has routinely found itself near the top of the list in auto thefts per capita. We were dealing with a rise in auto thefts going into 2019 when we decided to utilize the Colorado Auto Theft Prevention Authority's grant to buy our first set of LPR cameras. However, we continue to see an increase in auto thefts. In fact, I think it was from 2020 through 2022, the state of Colorado found itself having a rate higher than the national average. We were first in, I think, all of those years. Aside from auto theft, however, we found that this technology can have benefits in a number of public safety needs. So this will give you some ideas to what we were dealing with from a statistics perspective. You see the numbers that were increasing heading into 2019, and then some additional increases after that into 2022. We have been heading in a much better direction since then, but we have found again that this technology has been continually useful in a number of different ways. So with that in mind, in 2019, as I mentioned, we utilized the Colorado Auto Theft Prevention Authority grant to purchase our first 4 stationary cameras and 7 mobile cameras. Those are cameras that are attached to the top of patrol units. We also signed into an MOU with the Colorado State Patrol at that time, and they are the agency that completely controls that system.
Real quick,
Yes.
I believe Kristen.
Just on the previous slide where you were showing the auto theft numbers, I know that we also implemented a task force for auto theft. What year was that? Just so I can kind of pair that in, because I think that would be.
It was about that same 2022 time that we internally designed a team to focus on auto thefts. It was at about the same time we were purchasing those first set of flock cameras.
And real quick, Roberta.
Can you clarify just exactly how the purchasing procedure goes for getting the flock system, like where the decision was made, and exactly how the purchasing operations went for the city of Thornton?
Certainly. The original purchase of the Leonardo cameras in 2019, I wasn't a part of, so I'm not really familiar with that process. I just know that there were issues regarding to auto theft that were a significant part of that conversation. When it came to the implementation of the flock safety system in 2022, that I was a part of, and it was very much a conversation around auto theft and coming up with some suggestions and ideas to how we could impact that. And about that same time, we had learned about flock safety and their technology. And it was technology that provided some features that were above and beyond what the Leonardo system could do. And I'll talk to those things specifically throughout this presentation. It offered an ability to search in ways we couldn't search with the Leonardo system. So the conversation began with how do we initiate going in this direction? And then that was when the decision ultimately was made by Chief Gordon to utilize federal JAG grant money to make the initial purchase for our first 10 stationary flock cameras in 2022. And the conversation then transitioned into how do we maintain those systems. And so we went through the typical annual budgeting process where we ask for operational funds to support the things that we're trying to accomplish. So this was specifically reviewed by the city's budgeting department. We had conversations with them about its usefulness, why we wanted to maintain it and continue it forward. And as we were approaching 2024, we were having some successes and decided it made sense to let's try to add some more of these cameras. So the same process happened in 2024 with the use of the JAG grant for the initial upfront purchase, and then the additional conversations to add that into operational budget beyond there. It also included the one portable camera, and the flock portable camera is just like the other flock cameras. It's one that we can deploy however, wherever we need, depending on investigative needs.
Thank you.
Try to give you some ideas to how this technology works and how we've been using it in Thornton. I think it's important to first understand that Flock offers up a suite of different capabilities and systems through Flock itself. The Thornton Police Department is only using their LPR technology, which takes still images of vehicles, identifies license plates, and to some degree physical descriptors of vehicles, and I'll talk to that a little bit more. We do not have any live video feeding into our system from private entities or other agencies. The Thornton Police Department is not using any facial recognition software of any kind right now. We do have the ability to integrate private owned flock cameras into the system. Those are typically businesses or HOAs. We currently only have 2 businesses in the city of Thornton that have provided us direct access to their systems, for a total of 9 cameras between those 2 businesses or 2 locations. We do utilize the search and alert functionality, and I'll talk to those very specifically throughout this presentation. We are not using their gunshot or sound alert system. When it comes to the sharing of direct access to our system, that goes through a request and approval process, and we have the ability to revoke access at any given time. As far as users of the system and who has access through our Flock account, that is limited completely to just Thornton employees, Thornton Police Department employees. And then I also know there's been some conversation about their freeform or Flock Nova search capabilities. Those are plain text capabilities where you can just type in what you're looking for. We're not using either one of those.
Roberta?
What are the cost implications to something like the gunshot detector?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's not something that we've looked into specifically, but we certainly can.
Okay, just curious, because I've had residents ask about that specifically on the east side of
Okay.
town near farmland and stuff like
Okay.
that. So.
Perfect. We'll take note of that. This slide here will give you some general idea as to where our LPR cameras are currently located. The image on the left is everything north of 112th Avenue. The image on the right, south of 112th Avenue. I color coded those so you could kind of see the different version of cameras as we implemented them, the maroon being the original Leonardo cameras. There are actually 2 at Thornton Parkway and Civic Center. So when I zoom out, it lumps those together under one icon. So that's why you only see the 3 maroon. Green being the initial 10 flock, blue the 5 additional flock, and then the 2 purple icons represent the 2 business locations that have shared direct access to their systems. One thing I think that's important to note in regards to the location of our flock cameras, we have specifically placed them at ingress locations into the jurisdiction to capture vehicles coming into the city. Once somebody has crossed into our city, there is no way for us to track them beyond those points. We do not have flock cameras deployed throughout the city. We set this up specifically kind of like a digital perimeter for the alert feature that comes with this system that I'll talk about as a proactive opportunity for us to prevent crime or additional crime from occurring. So this will give you some idea as to what the system is actually capturing. The cameras themselves capture still images of a vehicle. The system then is trained to identify license plates, and it'll provide us that zoomed in image of a license plate so that we can clearly see what it is that it is taking a photo of. The system will also tell us which camera took that picture. The system will then also attempt to guess at body, make, and color. That is not 100% accurate. In fact, this is my work vehicle that I use for this demonstration. It's black. It guessed that it was actually blue. And then it'll give us a time and a date stamp as to when the photograph was actually taken. The still image is transferred then from the camera to the system. This here, what you see is the limitations of the data that is retained for 30 days, and then it goes away. Flock has even told us that they do not have the ability to recover this after the 30-day mark. The two features that we primarily use are alerts and searches. The alerts is a function that notifies us when a specific license plate has entered into our community passing one of our cameras. And they refer to it as hot lists. So these are very specific license plates that law enforcement has entered into either the Colorado Crime Computer, National Crime Computer, or the Amber Alert system. And those alerts will pertain to missing persons, individuals with warrants, stolen vehicles, stolen plates, things of that nature. The system also allows for investigators to create custom hot lists. So if an investigator is investigating a specific crime and has a specific license plate to a vehicle of interest in that investigation, the investigator can create a custom alert to notify them when that if I should say, that very specific license plate passes one of the flock cameras. The other primary way in which we use this system, and is probably the main reason we use this system more than anything, is that search capability of the system as the ability to keep cases moving forward and provide us some potential leads when a vehicle has been involved in a crime. We have the ability to search by specific license plate, partial license plate, or those generic vehicle descriptors, which is commonly referred to as a vehicle fingerprint. And this precludes anything from an immigration or protective healthcare perspective. And I'll talk more to how the system protects against that as I work through the presentation.
Before you move on, Cherish?
So what is the criteria for putting the vehicle on hot list?
So the custom hot list or the hot lists that are tied to the Colorado Crime Computer, that requires that the vehicle has been involved in something law enforcement related. There's got to be a law enforcement need for that vehicle to be in the system. So your stolen vehicles automatically get placed into that system. If we have a missing person and we know that the individual left in a vehicle, we have the ability to enter that plate into the system, notifying law enforcement this is a vehicle of interest. When it comes to the hot list, the custom hot list, that is specific to an ongoing investigation, criminal investigation being conducted by an investigator or an officer, and they have a specific license plate tied to that crime in which they are investigating. They can create that alert to notify them via email if that vehicle has crossed or passed a flock camera.
Anything else, Cherish? Not yet? Okay, thanks.
This is just a quick example of what those alerts look like. They simply, again, provide the overall photo, a zoomed in close up of the license plate and the location of the camera that took the picture. It also adds in the top left corner what that vehicle is tied to. So these both were misdemeanor warrant situations, notifying us that it passed a flock camera. The one on the right, I included just to give you an understanding that the system can capture a photo of a car from the front, even though they are specifically set up to focus primarily on the back side of vehicles. If a car passes from the other direction and there's not a car in between, it can pick up those vehicles as well. These are very rare, however. In fact, it took me a while to actually find this as an example to present to you tonight. How the search process works is an officer has to choose from a drop-down list an offense that they are currently investigating. This can also include missing persons or welfare check situations. That is a mandatory field. It's actually one that Flock, trying to be cognizant of concerns, recently added to the system. It is a required field, as I mentioned, something has to be selected and your investigation has to pertain to that. We also have the option to add a case number if we have one that's known to and is related to the search. And then there's an additional reason box that you can type free text in there. We've left that as an opportunity for people to put a little more information in regarding their search. The system will keep track of your most recent searches. And so that can help you go back and re-identify a specific search instead of you've done, several different motor vehicle theft ones. That additional information can help you re-find the one that you're specifically interested in. The Leonardo system is limited to a reason. That's not a drop-down box. It's a free text box and the opportunity also for a case number.
Before you move on,
Yes.
Cherish?
Can you tell me how many of the Thornton PD actually use a case number in there? Because it's not required, correct?
Correct. Yes, I don't know the specific number. I've never calculated that information. It does, however, occasionally get used, but I don't know an exact number.
Real
Just-
quick.
Oh,
So
Chris?
follow
Yes.
on that, without the case number, and I mean, wouldn't that directly point to like why the individual might be looking for this data to help solve something? So why isn't that a required field?
So there can be situations where we have a vehicle of interest in a situation where we haven't pulled a case number. Situations can be like a suspicious vehicle, something like that gets reported to us that there was this vehicle of interest, this vehicle was sitting next to my house and here's what that license plate was. We go, that car's gone. We can do a search to try to find out, okay, where does that vehicle potentially belong? Is it wanted by law enforcement, that type of thing? So there are occasions where a case number has not been pulled. There are also situations a lot of times, or I don't know if it's a lot, but occasionally where somebody will start this early on in an investigation, even prior to pulling a case number. So there are some situations where a search can take place, but a case number hasn't been specifically assigned yet. We also would mention too that we have some users that are more comfortable with the system and will help other officers who are not, and that specific officer may not know what that case number was. He just knows it's related to this crime and helps conduct that search to try to see if they can come up with some leads.
Devin?
I think one of the things that's kind of being alleviated there, is there a history or a log check for when users are pulling those things where you guys as administration can go back and go, okay, why did you pull these information?
Yes, so it tracks and saves indefinitely every search that occurs against the system. And I'll speak to that a little bit later on, but yes, there is an audit trail of all searches against our system.
Justin?
Yeah, regarding the audit logs, I've been able to look at the audit logs that were pulled from a core request recently for some people in my neighborhood, and we found that 8.8% of the logs have case numbers. So I know that's just a sample of 1 month, but it does give an idea that the vast majority of our searches do not have case numbers.
That's possible, or because it's not a required field, it may just have been a decision by the person conducting the search to put the case number in there. We can and have the ability to make that a required field if we wanted to. It's not currently, so I assume that some folks will conduct a search, have a case number, but just not include the case number.
Okay.
It's possible.
And you mentioned about, some reasons why people would, Thornton police officers would not use a case number. Wasn't quite following. So you said they were looking for like where the car belongs. That's what you said. But what do you mean by like where the car belongs?
So people don't always keep up on vehicle registrations. And so there will be times where we can run a plate through the Colorado crime computer and DMV and come up with an address where a car belongs, but it may not always be accurate. I think what this could give us is some indication as to maybe when the car entered into the city. Again, our flock cameras are far and few between, so we wouldn't be able to track the movement of that car, how it got there, but it is a resource for officers who are looking for some place to start. And suspicious car may not be the best example. It's one that popped into my mind just off the cuff, but there are going to be situations where things are brought to our attention that maybe haven't risen quite to the need for a case number, where somebody may start and with this system.
Okay, and just one more. Flock can be used, we mentioned the hot list, right? Where
Yes.
it can be used, flagged for cars that are stolen possibly, or other reasons. Are there other ways to search that? We have another database. I'd imagine we do, because we did that before we got Flock. Or is a Flock our primary way of identifying cars that have been reported stolen, or cars that might be implied in another incident that we're looking for?
So let's see if I understand the question. There are other law enforcement databases that we can use. However, most of them are very limited. So when it comes to the Colorado Crime Information Computer, if I have a license plate, a known license plate, yes, I can utilize that system. But if I have a partial plate, that system's useless to me. If I'm investigating a crime and a victim has simply been able to give me a description of a car, that system's not going to be helpful to me. Whereas this one might be helpful because it does allow for the ability to do a search on a vehicle descriptors, the make, the type, and the color, where other law enforcement databases are limited to basically, you have a plate, it may be helpful to you, but if you don't have a plate, it's going to be useless.
If I could expand on that just a little bit too, I think if I could zero in on your question, the major difference between the database that shows whether a vehicle was stolen or whether it wasn't, and the information we get from Flock, is that the more legacy system, the one that actually feeds a lot of the information in Flock, will tell us, yes, that's a stolen vehicle. Flock says, that's a stolen vehicle that passed this camera at this time. So it gives us a way to zero in, like this vehicle's frequently in town. It goes by this. So that's a major difference.
Thank you.
Yep.
Just continuing with the search, as I mentioned, we can insert a known license plate, partial license plate. It also allows us to search make, body style, color. And one thing that this system also allows for are these very specific identifiers. If somebody gives you a description and it includes a top rack, a back rack, bumper sticker, a window sticker, or a toolbox, you can also put that into the search field to try to narrow down the search and locate the vehicle that you're specifically looking for. This is an example of what the search return looks like. It will provide you a list of the occasions in which that license plate passed a flock camera within the last 30 days. Anything beyond 30 days, we can no longer obtain.
Cherish?
So I have a question, a couple of slides back. So do we have any oversight on to ensure that a vehicle is put on a hot list for a legitimate law enforcement reason?
So we have that expectation through policy that if you're using this system like any other law enforcement database, that you're using it for legitimate law enforcement purposes. We recognize that it is possible that somebody could lie to that, but we put a lot of trust in the people that we hire. We put them through very stringent background investigations. We ask them to take an oath of office. We expect that the systems we provide them, they are going to use within our policies. And if they don't, they can be held accountable and or disciplined for using those inappropriately.
Chris?
So let's say it was somebody outside of Thornton PD and they inputted something on a hot list, and there was a hit in our city. Then what, to the point that you were just making, where is the insurance or the authentication of, like, maybe it was somebody in Commerce City or Kansas, they put it in there, they're getting hit. And then would they get access to that information, being it's a, like a nationwide system? So is there the possibility or plausibility that we're inadvertently allowing or giving that information out to another agency? Again, somebody from Kansas puts it in the system, the hits here in Thornton, and then they're getting triggered because of our cameras, but we have no way of validating the purpose, the reason, is this a real crime or is this a bad actor? And now they're able to locate somebody in our city because of their bad actions.
So the expectation is that this in of itself is not giving an officer probable cause to take an action. There is an additional step that needs to be followed in which the officer runs the license plate through the help of dispatch through the Colorado crime computer, which will give you specific information as to why this vehicle is wanted by law enforcement. And it'll provide notes that, it's a vehicle of interest in burglary or something along those lines. It'll give you some information as to why this vehicle is of interest to law enforcement. And we train our officers. This doesn't replace good investigation and procedure when it comes to contacting people, stopping people. We still have to establish probable cause for stopping a car. This just gives you an indication, okay, there's something about this license plate that's of interest. It falls on us then to follow up and find out what are the details behind it.
Cherish?
Can you explain to me that you say that identifiers are bumper stickers? And do we identify them by symbols or words?
No, it is simply simply a drop down box that has that information right there. I can select, I know it's a vehicle that had a bumper sticker, and that's it. I can't type in anything more specific than that. And specifically in regards to immigration and reproductive care, this is something that Flock recently did within the system that prevents law enforcement agencies outside of the state of Colorado who may not have the same laws that we do from running a search for those purposes against a Colorado network. There is an option, it's not available to us for conducting searches for immigration. If somebody selects that, it will automatically prevent that search from touching our network. And I do not even have the ability to change that setting to allow for that to happen. When it comes to sharing, the Thornton network is visible nationwide, but direct access to our data has to be approved by a system administrator. The Thornton Police Department does not enable the auto approve feature within the system. I'll talk a little bit more about this, but federal agencies, based on our settings, cannot even request to access our system directly. We currently have a total of 4 businesses and 2 HOAs that are sharing access to us. I mentioned earlier, there are 2 businesses in Thornton. There are 2 businesses outside of Thornton and 2 HOAs outside of Thornton that chose to allow us the ability to search against their networks. Non-law enforcement entities, however, will never have the ability to access our data or our systems. There's not even a way to allow for that to happen. This is just an example of what a request looks like. It's an email that system administrators will receive, request an administrator to go in and actually approve that request. And then there's an employee, myself, that's designated by the chief of police, who's responsible for monitoring those approvals. This will give you an idea as to
Justin,
sharing within.
real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Justin?
Yes.
Has any request been denied?
I don't know if any initial request. I take that back. There was a request recently from the U.S. Postal Service that I denied. Most of the other ones, I would say, have been approved. We haven't, like I said, received any other, since a change in the system, received anything else from a federal agency. I have, however, revoked access to the system on a number of occasions. And that happens through the auditing process. I will come across something that I feel is questionable or not in the best interest of the Thornton Police Department, and I will revoke access to that agency when I see those. When Colorado changed the law in regards to the sharing of identifiable information with federal agencies for immigration purposes, we did a search of our network and we did find that immigration had been a reason that ran against our system. I then revoked those agencies and their access to the system at that point. The ones I see now, there'll be times where they'll use another option where we don't make available to our officers, and they will put a simple number in those. Those I don't feel comfortable with, and I've revoked a number of those as well.
Is there a standardized criteria that you're using, or is this a kind of an evolving process on how you determine revoking access or denying requests?
It's evolving. A lot of it has to do with what's going on in regards to state law and what we're allowed to share or not share. It has to do with, again, my comfort level with what other agencies may be searching against our system. And if I'm not comfortable with it or I question it, I'll revoke it. I'd rather revoke it than take any chances of somebody searching against our system for reasons that don't fall within what we are trying to accomplish as a law enforcement agency. We have never had a conversation internally specific to what agencies will we allow versus not allow. From the front end of this, we were very much of the mindset of let's be good law enforcement partners in allowing other law enforcement an opportunity to try to solve crime. But that is something that's constantly being evaluated and something that I think internally we are certainly willing to, reevaluate as things develop and change.
And Chairs and Chris.
Does Loveland have access to our sharing system?
They do, yes.
Okay, so you haven't revoked access to them because they were sharing with immigration reasons?
So when that occurred, we had looked at that, and because of their response in that they had dealt with that issue and had fixed the problem, their access to the system was continued.
Chris.
You had mentioned revoking that access as something that it sounded almost like you had done so recently. Was there, given with everything in the headlines, has there been any of those revocations done by you recently in, say, the last 60 days that you felt was, hey, this is going the wrong direction, perhaps we need to look at this one and take away that access? If so, what agencies or what was, give me a highlight, at least, I understand the police work.
Sure.
Give me a highlight then of, what one initiated your interest in revoking that access, and then to a timeline if that was more recently.
Yeah, I can tell you, I actually revoked some agencies today when I was looking at the system. The ones that the Flock is specifically designed the system to require law enforcement agencies to select a specific crime as to why they're using the system. They have also provided this ability in that drop-down box for this other feature that then allows you to use the reason box to type something in there. The ones that I have most recently revoked were the ones that were just simply doing other and no additional explanation as to why they were searching the system. Those were ones that I just didn't feel comfortable with, and decided I'd rather revoke that access than leave the access with the possibility that they're using that for reasons outside of what we find acceptable for the use of the system.
After you revoke that access, is there any type of appeal process, or can they come back to you even if it's just a phone call and regain that access, or is you're the judge in that situation and others don't have the ability to influence or change that revocation of access?
So the system tracks all approvals and revocations are of access to the system. So I can go in and look and see if I previously revoked a jurisdiction and if they have now decided to ask for access again. I have never seen that happen. I've never come across a situation where an agency has been revoked and then reapproached us for access. To my knowledge, the system doesn't even notify them that I revoked it. I've never seen a revocation from our usage, so I don't think the system notifies them of that. They probably have no idea that I revoked their access, but it does track whom I've revoked, who's been approved, who's pending a decision, those types of things, so I can go look and see if I previously revoked them.
I can give a little bit of, the way we're talking about this, we're speaking of it as if an agency in another state is searching Thornton's network. And what's really happening is that agency in another state is searching the Flock network. And so that's going out to thousands of agencies. So it's not necessarily, it really isn't ever a targeted search on Thornton's system. It's just that we're included in the ones that share. So it hits everybody's system. And so various agencies that have a stricter interpretation of what we should allow and may be revoking their access about the same time that the commander does.
Yeah, where my question originated from was more along the lines of Councilmember Salazar's. And that was when she brought up Loveland, you know, should we have decided, hey, we revoked it and then they were to come back. So that would have been local or more micro versus the national, but it was a specific issue that's a nearby neighbor. So that's where my question's originating is, can they just go back and reapply, regain access? How does that process happen if it was an appeal, or is it really just an individual like yourself?
Yeah, there's no appeal process built into it, no.
Like when somebody unfriends you on Facebook, right?
I have Cherish and Justin.
So how are the immigration and reproductive health filters implemented? What stops someone from misrepresenting their reason, as was done in Texas, when they were tracking down one for that abortion, she was searched as a missing person.
So that one specifically, I know that the sheriff in that situation came out and said that it was not a search specific to abortion, that it was actually a welfare check request from the family. But we recognize, as I mentioned before, that is it possible for people to lie and choose something that they're not actually searching for? Absolutely, that's a possibility. I believe that's a possibility with any law enforcement database that somebody could do that. But again, we put trust in fellow law enforcement that they're utilizing the system as expected. There's another slide in here where I talk about the fact that all of agencies had to sign a terms and conditions with Flock. And in those terms and conditions, it talks about using the system for finding evidence to law enforcement activities. And I've got the specific language on another slide. Even though I haven't read every terms and conditions, having been involved in a lot of purchasing processes, I know these businesses use canned terms and conditions on the front end. And I believe strongly that every agency signed similar terms and conditions saying that that's why they were going to use the system, similar to any other law enforcement database. However, as mentioned before, if something specific is brought to our attention and we feel that it wasn't properly resolved and dealt with, then we have the ability to revoke or take away access to the system. We could do the same thing with any of our employees. I guarantee you, if any allegation came to us that one of our employees was using the system inappropriately, we'd investigate that. If we sustained it, there would be probably discipline discussed and at very least loss of access to the system.
Justin?
Yeah, my question is actually for Adam about the state law regarding prohibiting the immigration enforcement. Now, I understand, at least what I've heard is that there's some pretty steep penalties for violating that. And I could be wrong, but I heard it was like $50,000 fines per incident. So would this inadvertent, we're revoking access because people are accessing our network to do immigration searches. We discover it's immigration related and then we revoke access. But would those immigration searches that had occurred on our network be in violation of that law? I'm just trying to figure out what kind of risk we are exposed to, given those penalties are very steep, and how easily a mistake could cost us quite a bit of money.
Yeah, thank you, council member. So, and I do have a slide in a little bit on
Okay.
talking about this, but to answer your question, that's a little bit unknown, right? So the Attorney General's office would typically have enforcement on this. And what we're talking about is really two different things. We're talking about the policy that as Inspector Parker was talking, excuse me, Inspector. Commander.
Your Wisconsin days, huh?
Anyway, as Commander Parker was indicating, the touchstone that we're looking at for reviewing in the audits is compliance with the policy. So for example, the examples that Commander Parker gave about not providing an adequate reason, that violates our policy. So that would be a reason. So it's not just, him deciding he's not gonna give this department. It's in violation of our policy. So when our focus with our personnel who are using the system is we're going to comply with the state law. It's a state law. So there, it's not a matter of degree of what the potential penalties could be. It's a matter of you will comply with state law. It is in our policy. And if you violate the policy, there will be a consequence. If they're a member of ours, then there will be an investigation with potential discipline. If they're not a member of ours, we could make a referral to the Attorney General's office. We certainly would cut access for that reason. And but that's an evolving piece right now. And I was going to get into the fact of the enforcement piece because I did hear about the steep penalties. I'm not quite clear where that came from, but I'm happy to continue looking at that.
If I could just reiterate too, what the specific situation that you're referencing, Councilmember Martinez, isn't even possible anymore. The system, like you can't, like that's not an option. An immigration related search can't even hit any agency in Colorado any longer. There was a gap from when the law changed until Flock adapted the system, but today it can't even hit the system.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that even though it's happened in the past, that it's not a financial liability to us. So I guess that's something we'll need to look into further. Or you're pretty confident that it's
how it would happen is if somebody is unlawfully doing it, right?
Okay.
So that would be contrary to our use of it. So are there ways that we could find that out and make a referral? Absolutely. But in terms of liability on our part, we're being deceived through that, right? So there's no intentionality on our part, and therefore I'd argue against any kind of liability.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I have John, then Cherish.
Thank you. I know we're talking about state legislative update later, but still Senate Bill 70 has just been sponsored by Senator Amabile. So my question is, as far as the reproductive side, what is the current state statute in place? And then, because obviously it may not be enough, which is why Senate Bill 70. And, I am in support of both, obviously, but still, I just like to know what currently in the state statute with that, and also what liability could there be?
Let's go ahead and advance the slides to that section and then we'll come back because there's been a lot of interest.
Here we go.
We're almost there.
So council member, to answer your question, these are the two state statutes. Now, these statutes are interpreted to impact the use of LPR systems. They're not specifically about LPR systems. And what I mean by that is, for example, in Illinois, there is a statute that says you shall not use license plate readers for enforcement of civil immigration enforcement or to investigate reproductive rights or protected healthcare activity. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a very specific statute that's directly dealing with LPR technology. Here in Colorado, we have two different statutes that affect the use of it, but they're not directly specific to LPR technology. Whereas Senate Bill 70, and actually there's a Senate Bill 71 that was introduced yesterday.
Okay.
They're both discussing not only LPR technology, but all surveillance technology that theoretically could be used by governments generally, not just law enforcement and law enforcement specific.
Okay.
So the answer to your question right here is that the first statute that we were discussing is that if a person is in the state of Colorado pursuing legally protected healthcare activity, which I've abbreviated what those are right there, contraception, abortion, and gender affirming medical care, that all government employees, whether they work for the state or a municipal subdivision, are not permitted. And the wording is, I'll let you, hold on a second. I've got the wording right here. Shall not provide any information or expend any use, time, money, facilities, property, equipment, personnel, or other resources in furtherance of any out-of-state investigation as it relates to activity that is lawful in the state of Colorado. Because as you know, some reproductive care that we offer in Colorado is unlawful in other states. And so what that's really getting at is the out-of-state investigations.
Thank you very much.
Cherish.
Okay, so when reviewing those cores, as of January, we were still searching HSI. Isn't that HSI immigration?
I would have to see what that's referring to. There's no reason why we would be searching against HSI. In fact, our understanding from Flock is that they have not had a relationship with HSI since a short period of time in 2025. So I'd have to look at that to know exactly what you're referring to.
I think for me is that when looking at those audit logs that we saw Homeland Security and federal agencies as the searching agency on our network. So they are the ones who made the search. And that's what that was found.
As of
from the
January,
from the ones that I believe were really sent in the Cora. I think they're from December.
I would have to, yeah, I would have to look at those because we specifically were removing access to federal agencies prior to December. So I know if it was a national search that was obtained from another agency, it's possible that there could have been a search, but it shouldn't have touched our net. I'd have to look at it specifically. And I have the ability to do that because those are kept indefinitely.
We
Well,
could,
yes, they are in the audit logs.
we can look into that. So, and I'm not aware of that specific circumstance. But I could see, and I'll talk about it in some of the cases that I'm going to talk about in a moment, where you have Homeland Security investigations typically, historically, was investigating trafficking, both human trafficking and drug smuggling and things like that. And there are also historically federal and state and local task force investigating those things. And as we've mentioned, the federal investigative agencies do not have access to Flock. However, they have partnerships with. And so the question I'd have, and I can follow up with you offline, is the reason for the search would also matter greatly in that, right? So if the investigation was civil immigration enforcement, that would be a problem, although it wouldn't happen at this point. But if it was an investigation about a stolen car involved in trafficking, that would be a valid search in the Flock system.
But what I understand is that it was our police department that did the search.
We'll have to look into that. If you could
Yeah.
provide us with what you're looking at, we're happy to look into it.
Yeah.
Chris?
So that just raises another question then, I guess, if I kind of look at you as, you know, the gatekeeper or the tip of the spear for this. You have to go back and review December's audit logs for the notes that they're presenting. Then who in our department is a designated individual? Because I imagine it's a lot of work, but reviewing those audit logs, making sure we're in compliance, you can't possibly be doing all that. So who is making sure we're being compliant through those audit logs? How frequent is that happening? And, you know, just a lot of questions might stem out of that alone.
Yeah, no, and I completely agree with you. As of right now, it does fall to me solely to try to pay attention to those. And it is a lot of information to try to get through, which I do as best as I obviously can. I don't know if there's a perfect way. It's something obviously I think that we can discuss, but as of right now, that is pretty much falling to me alone.
So on an average, how many searches do we see monthly then?
So, and we'll talk about that. Right now, I'd say consistently probably in all about 3,500 searches. However, what I know from looking at that is officers are conducting a number of searches for one specific investigation. And a lot of times what they're doing is they're modifying their search slightly. So they may start off in search for, you know, a black Toyota SUV and not get a result back. So they may change the search and just say black SUV. So they'll modify their searches to try to pinpoint and find what it is that they're looking for. The other thing I've noticed is a lot of times they'll start small and search maybe a specific camera in Thornton or some specific cameras in Thornton, they don't have any luck, they'll expand their search and maybe do all of the Thornton cameras. Okay, I didn't have any luck there. Now they look statewide to see if they find anything there. So I could easily cut the 3,500 that were done in December in half very quickly by looking at them and seeing which ones were all related to each other. I suspect if I were to go through those even with a finer tooth comb, that list would get even smaller.
So let's say it's 1,000, maybe it's even 500. Would you say then with your position and all that you're doing outside of even Flock, that it's feasible? Or I mean, it sounds very man-hour intense to do that. So is that something that you think would be of assistance to you to help better manage those audits? Maybe give the public a little more comfort in knowing that we are being more thorough, but I can't, it's too much work, and I understand that, but how do we fix that? So that way you're not inundated with a massive workflow that is unrealistic.
If I could
Oh,
just
yeah.
up in here for a sec. So one of the things is that when we talk about the audit, that doesn't mean that we look at every single search that's done on our system or every single search that our staff does. Some of it is, he'll do it, it's kind of spot checking things and look, but it's not, it's to your point, you're absolutely right. 5 or 6 people probably wouldn't do that if it was their full-time job. So we do look at this. If there's an issue identified, if there was ever a concern, then that's when he will focus on that more. But you're absolutely right. It's not 100%. We don't put eyes on every single search.
And I can say with what Flock did to change for the requirement of the offense, that helps because I can look at that column of reasons. And a lot of times I will start and focus on the others. And there aren't very many others that are typically in the group. Most of them have a very specific legitimate crime that they have selected. So that has actually helped make it easier to look through these lengthy lists of searches when I can focus in on that and know and see that all the rest of them are tied to a legitimate crime or a missing person or a welfare check.
We can go back to the other slide.
All right, here I was just showing you, giving you some ideas to the number of Colorado agencies that we're currently sharing with. This changes frequently depending on agencies coming into the system or leaving the system. I think I changed the slide 3 times over the last couple of months because of those changes. The Leonardo system, when I put this together, was about 50 Colorado agencies, but they had told me they were planning to add an additional 4 to that network. And then this is the number of agencies that we're directly sharing information with. We have access to right about 2,200 different agencies. Only about 1,600 have access to our system, and I'll guarantee that that number is lower now based on some revocations. It's my understanding that there's about 6,000 total agencies across the country that are utilizing the Flock system.
A quick question, Amanda Parker, thank you for this presentation. As you're looking at this map, when I'm looking at these circles, there's like a yellow one that says 498, and then there's like a light green. Am I missing? What is that? What does that mean?
I would have to go back and look. It may have been one I selected to clicked on it and it changed colors. I'm not really sure. This one here, I can tell you that the red triangle means that a plate alerted to a camera in that location based off of something that was on a hot list.
So that we're actually looking at a map here of like an active dashboard. Is that what this is?
It could be used that way. It gives us some idea across the country as to where Flock cameras are located. And then I can zoom in to those locations and identify what those jurisdictions are. So it may help me decide I need to, asked to share data with this jurisdiction or vice versa, other jurisdictions looking to share with us.
Thank you.
Okay, to pick up where we are, I think we've talked about that. And like I said, the second statute that is limited there, that statute created a prohibition, including license plate numbers, making license plate numbers personal identifying information that was protected under Colorado law. So there is a prohibition in using the LPR system for that. And as is mentioned here, Senate Bill 22-113 was passed several years ago. There were several chapters of that, but there was one specific to law enforcement. It's not relevant to us though, because we don't currently use that technology. The next slide. Okay, sorry about the tiny language. I did know that this presentation is up on our city website, so I wanted observers and anyone else interested in looking at the actual cases that talk about this. You can Google these, take this and cut and paste it in your Google searches to find these cases. And I was asked to talk about the legality of the LPR technology specifically. As a general principle, there is no reasonable expectation of privacy for people on public streets. The cases, some of these cases, most of these cases on this page are pre-LPR technology, meaning they're dealing with surveillance cameras, they were dealing with police officers' abilities to run license plates, and somewhat obviously, that third bullet on the top there, there was a court that specifically found that license plates are intended for police officers to read and run. So there isn't an expectation of privacy from a Fourth Amendment point of view, and that's key. What we're dealing with is constitutional challenges, both in the criminal case where somebody's been arrested and this technology was used as evidence against them in the criminal case, or there was a civil rights case, which is a civil case that's filed in federal court or state court, saying that the government violated a person's rights. And typically it's their Fourth Amendment right to be free of unreasonable searches and seizures. The courts have been overwhelmingly, and I can't think of one, that says yet that an LPR photograph is a search. And because it's not a search, therefore it doesn't trigger the Fourth Amendment analysis. And let me repeat that again. So the Fourth Amendment says the government cannot use unreasonable searches and seizures unless they have a judicial warrant. You don't need a warrant because you're in public and your license plate is intended to be read by law enforcement. So there's no expectation of privacy. So the three cases that I have underneath the second title about judicial warrants is there are cases that say the government has gone too far. So that first case, which is Carpenter, was a case where the United States Supreme Court said that a police agency out east that had gotten a download of Verizon and T-Mobile of all of the movements of one suspect using their cell phone, right? So here's my cell phone right here. It tracks. Your cell phone is constantly pinging against an antenna. The Supreme Court held that without a warrant, you can't access that information. And that's what happened to Mr. Carpenter. He was charged with drug dealing and was convicted. And ultimately, the Supreme Court said, no, you can't use that evidence because you needed to get a warrant first, which is something that the police do and can do if they have probable cause and they need an independent judicial officer to sign off on that warrant. Second case that I mentioned there, US v. Jones, that's where the police department put a GPS tracker on a car and followed it around, again, without a warrant. The court said, no, you need a warrant to do that. The last one involved the city of Baltimore using an extensive airplane fleet to monitor, to basically have the entire city of Baltimore under camera surveillance perpetually in the daylight hours. There, the Fourth Circuit, which is the circuit that governs Maryland, said that violates the Constitution, the Fourth Amendment for unreasonable searches and seizures. So that's kind of a baseline of what the law is regarding this. The next slide actually highlights 4 cases that I found, and one of which, just for those who are watching who attended the Citizen Town Hall, was mentioned by the individual from Institute for Justice as the 3rd bullet, the City of Norfolk case. These 4 cases all held that flock cameras do not violate the 4th Amendment because there is no reasonable expectation of privacy on a public street with your license plate. And the argument that was made in all of these cases, 3 of them were criminal cases. That Norfolk case was a civil rights case that was filed by, I believe, the ACLU and the Institute for Justice on behalf of some residents of the city of Norfolk. That's a civil case, so that wasn't a criminal case. But the analysis is the same, was that there's no reasonable expectation of privacy. And the argument that if you looked at the movement of, if you could look at all of the cameras and track the movement of a person through the city, that was a violation of that individual's right to privacy. All of the courts said, not yet. Meaning, in Norfolk, there was approximately 176 cameras at issue that city was using. I think in the Virginia case, again, it was in the high 100s, 180, something like that. And what the courts were saying was, what these cameras are doing is taking pictures of locations that just happen to have a car in it. And that car, that person driving has no expectation, because the police could be following the person, right? Or the police could be having a standard surveillance camera and watching that. So there's no expectation of privacy. But all of them talked about this notion that, could the technology get so good or so abundant that our analysis would change? And the answer clearly in all 4 was yes. We're not there yet, meaning they felt that 176 cameras weren't really able to track somebody's coming and going, whether they're going to work, daycare, healthcare activities, going to their lawyer's office, personal type errands. And 2 of the cases, which I mentioned in the summary, specifically talked about these kinds of hearings and in front of legislative bodies, in front of municipalities and the state legislature, to say, look, while the 4th Amendment jurisprudence on a constitutional rights is the bare minimum that the government must comply with, the legislative branch can choose to do something different, right? This is the judicial tripwire saying you can't go below this. So those cases that I showed you earlier where the Supreme Court said, you need a warrant to do this, they were saying, that's the bare minimum from a 4th Amendment point of view. Legislatures can decide. And the reason for that is the most relevant test that we're looking at, the expectation of privacy, comes from a case in the 1960s at concurrence, where it said that the violation, that 4th Amendment was violated when somebody had a subjective expectation of privacy, and that society was prepared objectively to recognize that belief. So for example, when I'm advising police or code compliance in their day-to-day, I tell our officers, you may not go into somebody's backyard that has a fence, right? That's called curtilage. They've put up a fence there. They expect privacy, and society will respect that expectation of privacy. Here, it's a little bit different, but people, through their legislators, their elected representatives, get to choose, where is that, right? So while the courts will say this is fine from a constitutional point of view, legislatures may change that anytime they want. So for example, like I said, Illinois has a statute, the Norfolk case, that district court judge specifically found that the state of Virginia had recently changed their law to say that flock had to be limited to 21 days, that these LPR data had to be limited to 21 days. And it was only limited to inside the state. So that was a legislative decision that was made by that state. And every state has the ability to do that. And as I've mentioned earlier, both Senate Bills 70 and 71 are currently doing that at the state capitol. So that's kind of a quick primer on 4th Amendment law. The takeaway here for our purposes is that there is the use by the Thornton Police Department of this technology is lawful. It's constitutional. We're in compliance with the law. we're gonna remain in compliance with the law, whether it's the state statutory requirements or the federal constitutional and state constitutional requirements.
Jumping to department policy and procedure, again, within our policy, we have stated that the use has to be for official legitimate law enforcement business, that no member can utilize the system without first going through approved training. If practicable, officers should verify the license plate reader response through the Colorado Bureau of Investigation before taking enforcement action. To that one specifically, that was from the original set of mobile LPR cameras that we got, to where we put that practical statement in there, not to lock officers into a position where they were in their car and something were to happen. We didn't want to lock them into feeling like they couldn't respond to that because they hadn't had the opportunity to do that. However, all officers are trained that that needs to be done to further the investigation specific to that license plate. We have put in a clause already in regards to facial recognition, even though we don't use facial recognition technology in Thornton. And the need to conduct audits on a regular basis is also within our policy.
Real quick, there's a little bit of an overlap with what Adam shared there too, because with regards to the facial recognition technology, there's actually a requirement in the state of Colorado that if we want to use something like that, this board has to play a role in it. And so that's one of the ways that kind of dovetails with what he was saying.
I mentioned this earlier, the chief of police will designate somebody who will have oversight of the system. The searches of historical data within the system shall be done in accordance with department policy procedure related to accessing criminal justice system information. So similar to our use of the Colorado Crime Computer, our expectation is that the LPR system is used under the same rules and circumstances. All searches must include a reason, and only evidence pertaining to a criminal or civil action will be retained beyond 30 days. And that's them taking it out of the system and actually adding it to a case as evidence.
Cherish?
Does your policy have any guidance for disciplinary actions if a user breaks one of the rules?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I said, does your policy have any guidance for disciplinary action if a user breaks one of the rules?
Not specifically, because any discipline for any city of Thornton employee is dictated by, the process is dictated by ordinance.
You can keep going.
Just to give you some ideas to system access, we currently have 8 total administrators. Everybody else is basically considered a general user. The majority of those administrators are individuals in our tech unit who are responsible for adding and removing users. The others, myself, the chief, and 1 detective who's primarily responsible for training. We are the only ones that have the ability to request sharing, approve or revoke sharing, to view the audit logs, the system statistics, and I have a couple slides regarding those, and also be able to see the status of a device and whether or not it's functioning. This is just a couple screenshots as to what those audit logs look like. The organizational audit log and the national audit log, very similar to one another. The organization one I redacted, which is consistent with how we have decided to redact those on records requests, removing officer name, license plate, the case numbers, and the filters. The flock safety system, or company, I should say, has made a decision to redact the national ones on the front end, redacting specifically the name, license plate, and the filters. The filters are those vehicle descriptors. The Thornton Police Department recently put out on its website a transparency page. That's the address there, plus a QR code provided by our PIO to access that website. That website provides a lot of different information regarding cameras and regards to the Thornton Police Department. It also specifically talks about LPRs, why we use automatic license plate readers, how they function. It provides a link to our policy and then also a link to the Flock Transparency Portal. That's a site controlled by Flock that will calculate our number of searches, the number of cameras that we have. It'll give you a list of the agencies that are currently granted access to our data, number of vehicles detected, a bunch of different information that's tracked through that system that is available for our citizens to see. Talk about security of the system. I'll be the first to admit I'm not an expert when it comes to this type of information. I had a conversation with our digital forensic investigator who does comprehend this type of stuff. Flock has told us that the data on the cameras, being the photographic image, the still image, is protected behind 256-bit device encryption. The data remains encrypted while in transit from device to the system. Flock has assured us that the system meets the criminal justice information requirements, which we commonly refer to as the CJIS requirements, that any law enforcement database has to meet. The data on the device themselves is only temporarily saved there, no more than 7 days. The 7 days is specific to allow, should there be a disconnection between the camera and the cell service, for that to be established and to allow for that image to be uploaded. We do utilize multi-factor authentication. It's required on our system. Again, we have the ability to control access to our data or revoke as needed. Mentioned before, exporting the information is limited to evidence in a crime or civil action. We've also recognized that there have been a number of data security claims that have been made. Flock has responded to those claims on their website. We have reviewed those claims and they have met our satisfaction. The other thing I think that is important to understand that the purchase of this software, like any other software, was reviewed by our city's IT department on the front end, and our city IT department did not have any security concerns with the system.
Chris?
You mentioned the MFA multi-factor authentication on our end for our
Yes.
personnel, but is that a requirement for any of the outside users that you're giving access to? Again, if there's a bad actor and someone else and they have that login, are they able to get in? It's because we've given them permission, a different department, but is there any mechanism that we can implement on our side to require MFAs for others to access?
There is not, no. And for whatever reason, that is a feature that Flock allows on the backside for agencies to control. They have advised that there's only about 97% of their customers are utilizing the multi-factor authentication, but there's no way for us to know on our side what agencies are utilizing it or not.
Is there any intent from Flock, or have you heard if they plan to make that a requirement? Because again, we're doing the best that we can on our end, but if we have an open door because we're sharing legitimately with and some bad actor there, then it gets into our system, then
The commander has actually already been instructed to contact them about that.
Yep, and they have advised that they're planning to implement this year stronger multi-factor authentication system. I don't know what that means specifically, but yes, that's something we will be looking into.
yeah, because I would think that would be a a key indicator for you if you were revoking status, hey, you guys are just being sloppy on your end, so no access, we revoke it simply because of that reason.
Absolutely. Agree.
Justin?
So do I understand it correctly when you say that not every agency that is a flock user has MFA? Most, you said 97, but not all.
Correct. That's what Flock has reported to us, yes.
I'm not sure how that aligns with CGIS requirements. Devin might be able to correct me, but I believe MFA is required to be across all users to be CGIS certified. So I don't know how I can reconcile those two facts.
We'll have to follow up.
Or maybe I don't understand CGIS as well.
So that compliance is actually more aligned with, they are compliant in the sense that if you use their software, you can be compliant to that standard. But that doesn't mean that everybody who uses that software has to be compliant with that standard. It's more of a framework or a structural idea behind it to state that if you're going to try to get those certifications and pass that, they are in a compliance state where they can do it. The same thing goes for the SOC questions and the other ones that were kind of on here. Just because a company is SOC 2 compliant doesn't mean that all of the people using their software are SOC 2 compliant. They're just saying that we are SOC 2 compliant. So if you need to adhere to that, you can use our software and still adhere to that compliance.
We can follow up and provide some more criteria about what agencies have to, both individuals and agency in terms of CGIS compliance.
Good. All right. This is just to show you that the system currently is set to where it will not allow federal agencies to request the ability to access data with our department. Again, as mentioned previously, what we do to try to protect the city of Thornton, the Thornton Police Department in regards to the use of the system by other agencies is through that regular auditing process. We expect that searches connected to immigration enforcement and reproductive care are not going to be run against our system. In fact, there are settings now in the system that prevent agencies who select those from running against our system. The system-wide requirement, again, for selecting specific offenses. We also know that a number of agencies are utilizing the Flock Transparency Portal to be transparent with their jurisdictions, their constituents, that they're using the system as it's intended to. And I had already mentioned earlier the terms and conditions that are part of when we signed on, and I suspect most, if not all agencies did, that the system would solely be used to facilitate the gathering of evidence that could be used in a lawful criminal investigation. But as before, we recognize that there are those potentials where people could be deceptive in why they're using the system, as they could with any law enforcement database. When it comes to decision making, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, technology like Flock is designed to support officer decision making. It does not replace the legal standards that must be met before taking enforcement action. The system itself does not provide us probable cause. Lead development in criminal investigation is our primary use of the system. Officers, again, are trained regarding the need to verify information before taking enforcement action. And any allegation of misuse of Thornton Police Department data, to include Flock data, is subject to investigation and discipline if sustained. To date, the Thornton Police Department has not had any allegations of misuse of this system that I'm aware of, and I suspect I would be aware of that because of my role. We also recognize the fiscal accountability for any system that we use and invest in for public safety purposes. Every implementation is carefully considered and regularly reviewed to ensure the public safety benefit. Those, as mentioned previously, happens through all the budget processes and a need for us to articulate the need to continue to use our systems. We strive to ensure taxpayer dollars are being used responsibly to keep the community safe. LPR technology is a force multiplier, as the chief mentioned, that accelerates lead generation and investigative efforts, ultimately saving money and time by optimizing our vulnerable resources.
For those who are not familiar with CORA, is the Colorado Open Records Act. That's typically the process where the public can ask for records by the government, with the exception of law enforcement agencies, and that's where CCJRA comes in. The CCJRA is the Colorado Criminal Justice Records Act, which is applicable to all criminal justice agencies in the state of Colorado. And when we receive a request for data, it's filtered under the CCJRA, not CORA. We just use the term because that's what most people call it. The releases that we've had individual releases. The council members have talked about one that was released in December. There was letters back and forth with some media last summer regarding it. And given the volume and the enormity of the records, this last release was limited to 1 month's time with altogether redactions of the officer name, the license plate, the case number, the filters, which is the vehicle descriptions. All of that was a lawful exercise of discretion by the chief through his personnel in the records department to protect the integrity of criminal investigations that pending, or protect the privacy of those people whose license plates were run in the event they did not get charged with a crime. And also the expectation of privacy that people have. And I want to be cautious in the way I'm speaking it, and I don't want to sound like I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth, but I will for a moment, in the sense that earlier I talked about the Fourth Amendment and the judicial decisions that said people don't have an expectation of privacy in public. There also is a natural expectation that when we're using this system, it is only for law enforcement purposes, for a reasonable, per the policy. And there is a reflection that we don't want curiosity seekers finding and making requests for where is my ex-wife, or where is my kid when I think he's at school, or those kinds of things. This system was intended to develop, to create leads and to support investigations into criminal activity. So we've redacted those reasons. We also redact the officer's name because of the potential for undercover individuals. Again, the department, as a rule, will supply records for free for the first hour's worth of work, and then we'll bill at an hourly rate for records that take longer than that. But point being is that while we're recognizing that we're lawfully able to use this technology, we're also cognizant of the privacy rights of the people who are driving through Thornton and their license plates, and that is not a mutually exclusive decision.
Flock Nova, I know this came up previously as a concern. Flock refers to as their search once, see everything feature, similar to the freeform search. We are not utilizing that feature of the Flock system. The Flock LPR technology used by the Thornton Police Department only captures still images of vehicles, primarily focused on the back of vehicles. Do not capture any driver information. There is no live video or audio captured by our system. Thornton Police Department does not ingest, and I mentioned that before, live video of any kind, whether ours, owned by the city, or private. Although this technology indicates which cameras were passed in the previous 30 days, use of the system and searches must be tied to law enforcement investigations. The only real-time application of the system is that ability to receive alerts when a vehicle entered into one of those systems on a hot list enters into our community. There was also some concern regarding the recent Flock and Ring partnership. Again, this is not something that we are utilizing. My understanding of that is if a crime was to occur in a neighborhood, an officer would be able to look at that map and be able to identify users that have Ring cameras and be able to send them a request to access video during a specific time frame as evidence or that may potentially contain evidence to their investigation. The homeowner or the Ring user then has the ability to approve that share, deny it, or completely ignore it. So, and then my understanding is at no time does this partnership give law enforcement access to live video. Talk a little bit about crime prevention. I talked a little bit earlier about some statistics. This kind of give you some ideas to the number of hot list hits that we had in 2025. Just over 94,000 hit on our cameras, about 260 hits per day. The Leonardo system, obviously fewer cameras and a lot less on that system. The searches I talked about earlier had about 3,500 in December, and I talked about already how that number is actually smaller when you actually look and see that those are connected. There are multiple searches for single investigations. And again, search data is stored indefinitely.
Cherish.
Oh, sorry.
Another kind of search type like convoy.
Yes.
Could you explain to me why it was left off
Yeah.
and what it means?
So the convoy search, the reason it's not on here is because nobody used it in December. What the convoy search allows is for investigators to identify vehicles that are regularly traveling together. So where that can come in handy can be in narcotic type investigations where narcotic dealers are using multiple vehicles. The other situation where that can come in handy is when offenders are using a stolen car, for example, to commit a crime, and it's being followed or even in front of another car with an associate driving who can be the getaway driver later on. Get rid of the stolen car, everybody gets into the other car and flees. So that is the intention of the convoy system.
You can run this search if you want to see if there are other patterns. Is that helpful?
Sure.
Beyond the 1 month.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. This was some data I believe was originally provided Councilmember Martinez discussing the number of times the LPRs were used in our investigations with or without an arrest. I'll be the first to tell you we do not have a good way of tracking this in our systems as of right now. To find this information out specifically, we had to do some word searches and narratives to try to find it. We actually teach our officers in their reports that when they utilize a law enforcement system to refer to that as a law enforcement database. I used a law enforcement database to get this information. So typically they wouldn't even refer to the name Flock in an actual report. One of the things that we've talked about is we are currently looking at a new RMS system, is a better way to track the use of these systems. Another good example is when we use the system to try to find a wanted individual. When we make an arrest for a warrant, that arrest does not actually require a full-blown narrative report to document how we got there. A warrant arrest is simply just a custody saying that we took an individual into custody for a specific warrant. So in those circumstances, there wouldn't even be an opportunity to document the use of flock in trying to locate and apprehend that individual. We've had a number of successes. Oh,
Sorry, I missed it.
I'm sorry. Apologize.
Commander Parker, can we back up just a few slides to the system stats around the hot list hits?
Yes, sir.
So like, looking at this correctly, those intersections in 2025, let's use the first one, that's 6,000 hits on the hot list,
Correct.
500 a month. And those who were on the hot list again, what type of license plates?
Yep, those are license plates that have been specifically entered by law enforcement into CCIC, NCIC, or the Amber Alert system. And the R cameras can also count the custom hot lists that our individuals have created specific to their cases. So very specific license plates of interest to law enforcement.
It seems like a really high number, a lot of activity happening.
Yes,
Wow,
absolutely.
that's insightful. Thank you.
Yes.
Roberta?
Just while we're on the topic of searches, residents have noticed there's a really high number of searches from Thornton PD specifically in comparison to other cities. So just curious as to why it would be so much higher in the city of Thornton in comparison to like maybe a city like Westminster. I know we're a bigger city and more people, but if you could elaborate on that, because it's almost like 30 times as high.
First, I'd be curious as to where that number comes from, if it was through a Cora or a records request or from the transparency portal. I've noticed that the transparency portal numbers for ours are actually lower than I expected them to be. And it's something for me to look into to try to figure out. What I would say is I know that we have some individuals who very much utilize the system and have had a lot of success with this system, to the point that they have recognized that it is a game changer and has given us the ability to solve a lot of crimes that we probably wouldn't have solved without it. It's become a reliable tool for our personnel, I believe.
We can request that data for Westminster,
Yeah, it was-
kind of normalize
Yeah.
for.
It was from the audit logs.
Yeah.
And the number was, yeah, so just.
And I think we'd also have to take into consideration, what their policies are. Some jurisdictions I know are different in that they only allow the system to be used by specific individuals within the department, which may have an impact on that as well, but that is something we can certainly look into.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
I have chairs and Justin.
So from 2019 to 2025, there were 6,079 vehicles stolen. And then there was only 319 arrests. And were these from stolen vehicles?
Are you referring to the stat sheet? Again, these stats are by no means 100% representative of the number of times these systems were utilized for arrests of any kind. This is very much kind of an estimate based on the limited ability that we have to track this within our system.
Justin?
Just the slide with the charts on the individual cameras. Yeah, I've noticed there's one for Thornton Parkway at Gale and then Thornton Parkway at Pecos, both labeled as number 5. Is it the same camera that was moved, or are there 2 cameras?
It was moved, yes. So originally it was closer to Pecos. And then the problem we were having is because the residential area there to the south is so much higher, it casts a shadow on the camera to where it interfered with the ability for the camera to charge because they're solar powered. So we had to move the camera closer to Gale to get it in a position where it had more sunlight.
Good catch.
Yeah, no, yeah. Sure.
It's the same camera. Because they're
Yep.
really close to each other.
Right,
It makes
yeah.
sense to have a camera and then.
Agreed, yeah. No, excellent question, yes.
You can keep going.
All right, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Spoke too soon. Okay.
You have no metric to show how much it is used or how successful it is. How can you claim, that you have evaluated the system to ensure it's worth the investment to the city?
We have a lot of conversations with our personnel, and I have some of the success stories that I was moving to here, where our personnel are coming back to us and are routinely sharing with us stories of how this system has been beneficial. I actually had a story just on Friday, and this was an example I hadn't even heard of an example where the system could actually be used to help support an alibi. This was specific to a hit and run accident that we were investigating, where we were provided a specific license plate, and we were able to tell that, looking at an image of the suspected vehicle after the hit and run accident occurred, that the vehicle could not have been involved in the accident. So a lot of this is based on the information that is being provided back to us verbally from our personnel and how much success that they've had utilizing the system in various investigations.
I think you're safe to move forward.
We'll jump right into some of the successful examples that we wanted to share today. Back in July 2024, there's a Ward 1 incident. Thornton Police Department investigated a homicide involving a male who had been struck and killed by a vehicle in the area of 84th and Tacoma. Witnesses provided a limited description of the vehicle as being a red Ford Expedition with gold trim. Investigators searched for the vehicle fingerprint on nearby flock cameras and located a vehicle matching the description provided. The image had been captured by a flock camera approximately 6 minutes prior to the initial call to dispatch. The flock camera image also captured a license plate on the vehicle, and that license plate number helped investigators find an associated address, ultimately locate the vehicle, identify a suspect, and make an arrest within approximately 8 hours. And I know the investigators in this very much felt like this probably was a case they could not have solved if not with the help of this technology. Another example, this one was a report of a missing 89-year-old male with dementia. Officers had learned the male had left in a family vehicle. The license plate was entered into the Colorado crime computer. Officers then began receiving alerts regarding the vehicle that was captured passing flock cameras. The first alert was on a North Glen camera. Officers responded to that area, could not locate the vehicle. The vehicle then hit on a Thornton flock camera. Officers were able to respond to that area, able to locate the male, and he advised he was lost and was trying to find his way home. He was returned home safely. I think this is a really good example of a situation where officers received an alert at a camera, and I think this was 120th and Irma. They responded to that area. The car had left, and there was no way for the officers to continue to track that car's location beyond that point. It wasn't until it triggered on another flock camera and officers just happened to be in the right area at the right time that they were able to locate this.
Would this be one that would not have a case number assigned to it?
The missing person would have a
Okay.
case number. Yeah, the original report would, yes.
Okay.
But this, just for clarification, this wouldn't have been a search either. You know, this could have been an
Right.
alert
Yeah.
example.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. Following an attempted burglary at a local dispensary, Thornton investigators learned that there had been several similar burglaries throughout the metro area. One of the businesses had a video that captured a suspect vehicle and a license plate. The vehicle had been stolen and its location was unknown. A search through Flock indicated that the vehicle had passed a Thornton camera, giving investigators a general area to start looking. Investigators were able to locate the vehicle in a neighboring neighborhood near the camera. They identified that residence and were also ultimately able to identify a suspect, obtained a search warrant for that residence, and were able to find evidence of the burglaries, as well as then ultimately identify several other suspects who were also arrested for their involvement in that crime. Yes.
Can you just walk me through what it would look like if there's an ambulance or somebody missing or something like that, and how, so that would go into, somebody would enter that in some law enforcement capacity into Flock, and then that would be on the hot list, is that correct?
So we don't enter anything from that perspective into Flock. Flock has set up where it communicates with CBI specifically to that type of information. So what would happen is officers would respond, collect the information from the reporting family members, take that information, provide it to dispatch, who would actually enter it into CCIC of here's the name, date of birth of the persons who's missing, and if there's an associated vehicle with a known license plate, they attach that as well. And
Okay,
then that's what creates the hot list that is communicated to Flock from CBI.
that's why I've heard dispatch workers say that this is a valuable tool. I had one of them say that to me, okay.
Yes. They also do have access to the system as well.
Dispatch does.
Dispatch does, yes. Did I do that?
No, that's a good one to go back to.
Sorry. Oh, yes. This one, September 2025, Thornton investigators learned that the defendant in a kidnapping and sexual assault of a juvenile female had removed his ankle monitor just days prior to the scheduled trial. The defendant removed his son from school that morning and fled to avoid prosecution. Investigators entered the license plate into the Colorado crime computer, and later that same day, the defendant's license plate alerted on a Flock camera in Chaffee County. Local officials in that area responded. They were able to locate the vehicle and ultimately were able to take the defendant into custody to return him for trial. The son was also recovered unharmed. And then this was another situation, officers investigating a robbery in which a suspect had threatened employees with a knife. During the incident, the suspect also committed a sexual assault before fleeing and later robbing another business. Surveillance video showed the suspect's vehicle. It had a very distinctive paint damage to it, but no visible license plate. Investigators were able to search a fingerprint of that vehicle through the LPR technology and were able to find a vehicle matching those characteristics, which ultimately led them to the identification and the arrest of that suspect. That's it for the formal presentation.
Additional questions? Oh yeah, Drew?
Maybe we touched it, but I don't remember how does the total number of cameras that we have in Thornton compare to other cities in the metro area, and then compare to similar sized cities across the country?
I would have to look at that a little bit closer. Every agency is different. Larger agencies will have multiple. If I remember correctly, Aurora has over 100 LPR Flock cameras. It's different. A lot of it's tied to the needs of that community, the amount of crime they're seeing. It's also tied to budgetary fiscal responsibility needs and things like that. So I can look at the system and I can determine the number of cameras that other jurisdictions have. But I don't know those off the top of my head, but we can find that out.
That'd be great. And how do you feel right now with the number of cameras that we have in our city? Are you is there a need for more? I mean, are we
Yeah.
exploring that in
I
the
can,
department?
I can address that. So one of the things that Chad didn't get into a lot is that the LSAG system is really something we should be phasing out. We don't have control over the data. That's all controlled by CSP. They're down quite a bit, and so the technology isn't as advanced. And so we are looking at trying to complete that footprint around the city. And then maybe, you know, a couple of other key locations as well. But I would say to answer your question, yes, I'd like to see a better footprint to capture more of our egress, especially to the east.
Chad, can you go back to that slide
Yeah.
and show them both the number
Yeah.
and location of the?
So it's gonna be clicking for a minute here, but
Mm-hmm.
but if you look at the map when it comes up, you'll see that most of our deployment is on the west. And so what we really would like to do is get some more cameras on the eastern side of town as well to capture the traffic coming in from, you know, Commerce City or coming off of the highway out there. Yes, we are looking at that.
I have Roberta and Justin.
I'm curious about the, other systems besides Flock. If you all have done any like research into what the cost differences are, why we decided to go with Flock as opposed to another company.
And let me get in front of it.
Yep.
First, I wasn't here when the decision was made. However, I did go through a similar process in my former agency.
Okay,
And the advantage to, there was a time where Leonardo was kind of the best game in town. They were the state of the art. The advantage to the Flock system that is not shared by the Leonardo system or any others is that they have this nationwide presence. And so it really is the force multiplier of us being able to look at data from other agencies around the state, around the country. If we are looking for a camera in Aurora, the way that if we're looking for a vehicle that we believe is in Aurora, we would normally have to send a couple detectives out there to put eyes on it to see if it's there, taking all that time. If we, but in this case, now we have the ability to look at the system and say, okay, this vehicle, you know, is frequently passing this camera. That gives us a starting point. So the benefit to Flock isn't just the, you know, the specific pictures and all of that. It's the access, it's the force multiplying access to the entire network. That's really the advantage. And there's nothing else out there that can compete with that right now.
okay, thank you.
Justin?
Yeah, so you mentioned and you've highlighted some successes, success stories. Could you share some of the metrics that you're using, data points to determine the degree of success and identify areas where you're trying to, improve?
All of these were specifically shared with us from members of the organization. We had an interest in trying to present to council and to the community how this system has been a force multiplier in helping us solve crime and hold people accountable. So right now, most of that is occurring through conversation, word of mouth, sharing successes amongst each other. However, as I mentioned before, it is our interest to try to figure out through our new RMS system that we're currently working towards a better way to do that and to measure it, because we agree that the more we have the ability to do that, the easier it is for us to have conversations, not just with all of you, but the budgeting department as to the successes we have with these types of systems. So right now, that is something we've recognized that's a little lacking, but we're looking to try to figure out ways to do that better.
Other questions? Chris?
Why is it that the transparency portal is on the Flock domain instead of ours? It's our transparency, so why not just host that within?
So there's two things there. There's on the transparency page, that's where we have a lot of the data. But what Flock does is they have kind of a canned version that are so that Chad wouldn't have to go in and update the list of who we share data with and who shares with us, how many cameras we're accessing, how many searches. We could, I think, probably grab all that information, but it would be more cumbersome than him doing the audits probably. So this is basically a canned product that Flock produces for everybody. And then we add to that on our transparency page. We just provide that link because it's a data point. And so it's something that's accessible and can be consumed.
Okay, then follow up then on, I noticed on the Thornton PD page too, then we have the block testimonial video there that's at the bottom. But it's a testimonial and almost commercial-like, you know, I'm sure you've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
So why do we put another private company's testimonial commercial, which looks more, it seems a little like advertisement to some degree, on a Thornton page? We don't have that on any of other pages with partners, whether it's nonprofits and things. So why is a private company taking up somewhat, to me, reads like an ad space on a Thornton page? Why is that allowed? And then we don't see that anywhere else in the city on our other pages.
I have to see, is it
I
connected
can
to something
speak to
else?
that,
Yeah.
if that's
thanks.
okay.
Yeah.
Do I need to come over there? Okay. I think it's more educational from my purpose.
Hi, introduce yourself, please.
I'm Kylan. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Thornton Police Department. So I handle a lot of our social media, website, media relations. I think the intent there was really educational purposes and kind of putting that human point with our success stories listed above, right, that are relevant to Thornton. Those are on our website. We have several, even more than what Chad shared. But I think the intent with that video was to be able to educate how that works and the process through a more visual way of how law enforcement uses Flock, how it actually affected some victims in this case. And that's just something that we don't have at this point, any videos relevant to Thornton. So really public education, I think, was the intent there.
Okay, and I could understand the Thornton stories that you have above, but that story is in St. Louis, so I'm watching it.
For
and,
sure.
You know, I'm losing some of the connectivity, but again, the question remains, because I know it's educational piece, but Almost Home does work. It's not on our, I mean, we don't have those videos for any community connections or any of other things. It basically is our Thornton page with a private entity's, you know, testimonial. I understand education, but that's what YouTube is for and search engines. And you can easily find like, well, what is Flock? If you Google that, you know, it's very easily accessible. So it almost, to me, seems a little bit ad-like on a city page. And we don't do that on any other department, on any other page. So it seems a little bit like an exception of Thornton PD. Not only do we use Flock, but, you know, here's their ad on our page. It does not feel city-like, being in my position, of necessary to some degree, unless we are opening that up to nonprofits and everybody else that is a great partner of the city. And they also should then have space on the Thornton page. It's an exception that I think is being made that is very specific and very isolated and not consistent with the rest of the city's website.
So I'm gonna jump in. I appreciate the feedback. I think it's clear the intent was not to promote a product. I can't say with any certainty that we don't speak on the website about other partnerships or technology or their applications in the city. Certainly, if that's something that the council wants us to be careful about in the future, we certainly can do that. There is the possibility that in other circumstances, we might speak to the way that we're applying particular technology I can't say with certain that there aren't other cases on our website where there might be similar circumstances.
Yeah, it was just odd to isolate it to just this one instance that I've seen.
Yeah, I
so
don't
far.
know. I can't speak to whether it's isolated or not.
Justin?
Yeah, so, you know, clearly this is very powerful technology and that there has been some benefits. You know, we've highlighted some, and there's also, as you know, some considerable amount of concern from our residents about, you know, and I think a lot of questions may have been answered today. But I think a lot of the concern is about the usage of this data and making sure that it is being used in a proper manner. I think that's a fair concern. And, I was really grateful that we dove into the audit logs, procedures and process. And I see that there's an opportunity there to even help our department provide some assurances, not just to the public, but also to improve the procedures. I'm a bit concerned that Commander Parker here has the only one, or is the primary person who's responsible for monitoring all those logs. And so I think that's an area that I'd like to dive into a little bit more, and maybe in future discussions, and perhaps even ask our staff to look into what it would take to have, to give Commander Parker some assistance to that, whether there's automated tools to do that, whether it's increasing manpower or even additional funds to that. But I think that it would be important for us to just discover some options we might have from either a policy perspective or a funding perspective, to give you all the tools you need to make sure that to put some guardrails on it, or to, and I see it from a couple perspectives, right? There's the perspective of concern of what to do with this powerful technology and how it's being used, and to provide some assurance to our residents, but also to enhance our training capabilities. And so if we have a better understanding of how the actual searches are being used, I think it gives your staff more opportunities to correct or to train better. I know we have initial training, everybody has to take training to use it, but beyond that, it doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of ongoing training, probably due to the fact that it's really hard to assess the efficacy and the usage of it. Now, I know our department is incredibly well trained, and that we invest a lot of efforts and funds into our training capabilities. So I think that it would behoove us as a council to consider, giving our staff direction to give us some ideas of what it would take, what gap do we have to close, so we can, assess that against all of our other competing priorities when it comes to entire city operations and public safety as well. So that's kind of where I'm getting at, keeping this conversation going. Those are my thoughts. So just want to throw that out there to the rest of the council and see what they think.
I'll actually push it to Tansy, because it feels like an opportunity for Tansy to look at what options might be available and what's already in progress.
Yes, certainly we can look from other auditing practices, learn from other cities across the country, look at both internal and external resources, and identify what those opportunities and impacts would be. So happy to explore that further.
And then if, to your point, Justin, is that if there's a policy change that needs to be made, to bring it back to council, and if there's a budget adjustment that needs to be made, then bring it to council.
I think, well, my ask from this presentation is that we continue to look at the state legislation that's being put through, and I guess maybe look at taking positions on that and see exactly how that's going to address some of the concerns of the community. I guess my overarching thought through this kind of researching this stuff on my own, talking to city staff and other folks, is like, we live in a state, or we live in an area in north of Denver, where you could drive. I think I drive through 3 cities just getting to work in Westminster sometimes. So, those are things that, like, you have to take into consideration. Is even these cases you showed us, like somebody was in North Glen and they were in Thornton and they're in Brighton. It's like all over the place. So I feel like our state has taken a lot of great steps in protecting our privacy, but I know that there's more things to be done. And so I would like for the council to just continue to monitor the progress at the Capitol, see what's going on, and make sure that we're looking at that appropriately to take positions on bills that could probably help this effort as well.
Thank you.
Chris?
I believe just, the general public, nationwide, not just in Thornton, has a lot of questions and just wants to be put at ease. I applaud our residents for taking the initiative they did, and they had one heck of a turnout, much better than any of our campaign functions, I feel like, for this. So with that being such a high level of interest for the residents, my understanding is that obviously we wanted to have this conversation with you, so it's not one-sided, but the request still remains for the residents to maybe ask some questions that we didn't think of or ask. Is that an opportunity now that you've met with us and divulged all this information that Commander Parker or staff, including with yourself, would be willing to meet with these residents to give them some assurances, or maybe just answer those questions? Is now a time forward, or is there now in the near future a time and where you can give that direct communication, being the Thornton expert on this, and meet with those individuals? Because I know that is a request that has been made, and it's very public that they really would love an opportunity to sit down with our police department. Would you be willing to do that in the future now that we've been briefed?
So I'm actually gonna jump in here maybe and take the lead, and then allow the police department to add to that. So I wanna maybe clarify some misunderstanding that, that the city was refusing to engage or something else. It did feel premature to share information with members of the public that the council had not had an opportunity to review yet. And so that did feel inappropriate to us. The second piece is to be really clear about the role of staff in that conversation versus the role of the council. So we can certainly share the purpose of this system, the operational protocols, the internal policies and procedures, and we can answer questions about that. What we can't do is debate I think as the chief shared, I think, inside the Thornton Police Department, we've worked really hard through the policies, procedures, approach to strike a balance between our value of privacy and transparency, and also the work of the police department. And we know that there are some in the community that would value those things differently. What the police department can't do in that kind of setting is represent the policy position on behalf of the council in terms of, are we striking the right balance? That really is a unique role for the council in terms of giving policy direction for the operation. I think, tonight we were trying to demonstrate that we are valuing both of those things and trying to address both of those things. So if what the community interest is in learning more about the operations and our policies and procedures, I think that is something that our staff would be positioned to do. I do want to caution, I don't think it'd be appropriate for me or any member of city staff to get into a debate with community members about the policy position of the city of Thornton. So I don't know, Chief, if you want to add.
Yeah, so I think the only thing I would add is that, and I think you summed it up really well, boss, but I think that one of the things that I think we could commit to as a way to maybe thread that needle a little bit, and I'm committing Kylie to something, but I know she's smiling right now, so is that we could probably come up with a way for members of the public to submit questions to our transparency page, and then kind of treat it as a robust FAQ section. And then there's the chance that some of the concerns or some of the questions that come out might generate us to say, okay, this is a piece where maybe we could do a little more. But yeah, it's difficult for us to be engaged in that type of conversation that I think is probably very much queued up to be a little bit more of a debate on the merits of the system and the benefits versus public safety. But I don't know if she's walked out of the room, but I can definitely commit Kylie to.
No, I think that's a great starting point. And no, I wouldn't want you to speak on policy. We're council. That is obviously the role that we would want to be engaged and part of. There's just a lot of high level questions.
Yeah.
And realistically, we're on the forefront, with public. And so I don't know, I gave him some acronyms about data security because I don't know.
Yeah, we almost had to put Councilmember Byrd over here.
What does this mean to you? Like,
Right.
that is what we all have, specific interests and capabilities of doing, but there are things that are still outside our ability. And, I think you nailed it with, if they were to raise questions or bring something that, got the wheels turning a little bit, then, okay, yeah, we could improve in that. Let's bring that to council or to Tansy. And we are showing that at that point that we're welcoming some community engagement on a pretty high profile type conversation. And I think that is a fair response to the community. And if it is just through FAQs, then one, that betters us and our awareness and policy making. But two, it also satisfies those questions that I don't have an answer for that, but maybe you could talk to the PD, and I understand where we're trying to avoid, what may turn into, you against them or their accusations and things. That's not the position of what we're trying to put you in. But I do think the public does have probably an array of questions that are helpful and that deserve some sort of attention. And the FAQ is a great suggestion, but as long as you're opening to answering questions or at least getting some of that information so that they're not making assumptions or correcting some previous assumptions, that's the beneficial engagement, I think, is what's needed.
Yep, and absolutely, Kai, make it happen.
I have Roberta, then John.
Well, also I just want to thank you all for this presentation. It's very, very long. It's a lot of work and I appreciate it. I think kind of like in thinking about this over the last few weeks, I was thinking about like, well, how do we move forward from here? Because I've had a lot of folks that come with questions, and some of them are like, a lot of folks don't really understand the process and procedure of creating policy in the city, when this system was actually implemented. I mean, to the point of like folks saying, please don't implement it. And it's like, it's been here since you all said since 2022. So it's been implemented for quite a few years already. And so kind of where I'm at is like, I think it would be helpful if moving forward from here, because next week we're probably going to get questions or concerns and talking points from the community via public comment. So from there, could we set up a timeline to have this in another meeting? So we can revisit Councilmember Martinez's concern, and also just maybe have the opportunity to address concerns from the community. And also if we have this FAQ question page, also be able to address that. Because ultimately when I brought this conversation forward myself as an elected official on platforms, or I've taken in information, I'm not really getting from the Thornton community, because this is where we are, right? And there's a lot of national dialogue around this topic. I'm not necessarily getting that people want it totally removed. I know there's a concern around privacy and that security, cybersecurity stuff. And I know there's concerns about the reproductive privacy and the immigration privacy. So those are overarching concerns. But what I'd like to do is maybe just continue this conversation so we have as Miss Tammy says, a date certain. I love that. Just so we can know when we're going to meet on this again and kind of maybe rehash some of those topics that have come up, because I want to hear more from the community. We can't, we haven't heard much, and some of the the things I hear back and forth, they're not totally informed. So now that we've had all this information and people have time to digest it, I think we'll be able to get more better questions and then better answers to the community.
John?
Well, I'll be somewhat brief. So first, thank you for the presentation. Great job with that. I've I attended the community meeting last month at Thornton Community Center, and then listening tonight to your presentation as well. I'm hearing both pros and cons about Flock through all my channels, and I do agree with my colleagues that we need to work together. And I do believe that all of us, that's Thornton PD, my colleagues on council and staff, we are community in good faith listening to you. We care about you and we care about this issue and we want to have the dialogue with you. So I am fully in support of that. And with the federal climate, wherever you stand on it, that's why this is a big issue right now. Especially amongst the marginalized communities, and there are many in this room tonight. I'm one myself. So that's why we're speaking up as a community about it. So tonight's a very positive thing, as was last month's meeting, but we need to continue to move on that and continue to listen to community. And I will do my part as a council member to listen and have dialogue and discussion with anybody, whether it's pro or con. And I'm willing to move forward on that. Thank you.
Nancy?
Yeah, just want to respond. I think there were a couple of references to a future meeting. I know I have a page full of questions and follow-up. I think other staff do as well. March 3rd, you had already identified that date for a deeper conversation about sort of crisis preparation and emergency management. I would worry to some degree about overloading that meeting agenda. It does look like your planning session on March 24th has a little bit more capacity and would allow time for us to make sure that we have followed up on some of the specific data requests that came out of tonight.
Does that work for council?
Yes, absolutely.
Any other questions?
Chad doesn't have a vacation.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Drew.
I don't know if you said it, but it's been a pretty neat thing to observe how the community has come forward to bring these issues and then to see the police department respond like you did. So thank you for doing that, for being available to respond, to give us the information in very in-depth information. This presentation tonight has been fantastic. I know that I've learned a ton, and I know that I look forward to sharing this with residents who have, you addressed, I would say, like 99% of the questions that have come up to me from residents. So thank you for that. And great work to PIO as well for getting all those things set up. Definitely appreciate it.
Anyone else? I'll add as well. Thank you very much. It was obvious from the presentation that you paid attention to the community concerns. You paid attention to the emails that we were sending you and the concerns that we had as council, and that you're paying attention to what's happening nationally and in the state. So I very much appreciate the look at the big picture and then how it applies to Thornton. I think that helps us make much better decisions as we move forward. And thank you for putting it on a forward conversation. I'm sure it's not the last we've heard. It will never be the last we've heard. And privacy of data is extremely important to all of us. So thank you for the work that you're doing to make sure that our community is safe, but also that their data is protected. We are going to take a break for council before the next item on the agenda. Perfect. All right. Again, thank you so much for the incredible discussion. We're going to go on to something that's maybe a little later. Talk about a walk in the wards.
So I'm going to provide a very, very brief introduction here, and we're actually just looking for feedback and partnership with this idea. So we've been talking with the council a lot about engagement and relationship building and telling our story more effectively in different ways. So ultimately, Chris and I were brainstorming opportunities and wanted to share an idea and get your feedback tonight.
So good evening, council, Mayor Coleman, Mayor Pro Tem, and city council members, Chris Steinke, Recreation Superintendent and Interim Parks and Rec Director, and Bob Keys, Deputy Director with the Parks and Rec Department as well. So we're here to talk real briefly, and we'll make it brief because I know you've already had a nice long evening here. So we're here to talk about Walk in the Ward. And what is Walks in the Ward? Walks in the Ward is as Tansy said, it's an idea that we had tossed around. The idea was born because of the different projects and things we've done in the community. we've never had really the opportunity to celebrate those projects when complete. So we thought we could create a purposeful community engagement opportunity for you in your ward and call it Walks in the Ward, with the idea, again, that you can engage with your community, your constituents, and really show off the investment that was invested in your ward. You know, presently, you all have opportunities with community meetings, ward meetings. Those are indoor engagement opportunities, and we're trying to bring you an outdoor engagement opportunity in your ward specific to a completed project. With that idea, you know, we've got 4 projects that we've identified. And we're thinking if we can run through those projects this summer and make sure we get good community engagement, good participation, we can then evaluate after the summer and see if, is this program really worth your time, our time, the engagement opportunity? Is it all there? Did we check all the boxes and then reevaluate next year? So what we're asking of council, if this is something you guys would like to do, we're asking for a Wednesday night, one Wednesday night per ward, for about an hour, 6 to 7 o'clock on a Wednesday night. We'll work with your schedules to make it convenient. And then where we would do this would be at a specific location, and we've predetermined 4 projects that we feel meet that criteria. So hopefully you do as well. And then how we would do this, the idea would be we'd meet on site. We'd introduce council. Council could make some comments. We'd have staff on hand to go over the scope of the project, talk through the completed project, and then take a brief tour. So that's kind of really what the concept is, the idea is. And what we've done here is we've created an ad that we would use to advertise this particular program. Now we need to fill in some of the dates, of course, but these are the 4 projects that one would be assigned to each of the wards, of course, that we've identified. So with that in mind, I mean, that's really kind of what we're trying to, you know, provide, is that community engagement opportunity. And if council's interested, I mean, you know, this is what the pitch is. So I open that up for questions, comments, interest.
Cherish?
Question, are all these, adjacent to a parking lot?
Yes. Yeah. But, and if that's a criteria that you would like, then we would look to select locations that would have a parking lot. Right?
Why don't we do a pop-up food truck?
At the same time?
Exactly. Let's invite a food truck that we never see. I mean, like, On the Hook is great. They have like 400,000 people following them. But I'm just saying that would be something to bring excitement along with it. Let's do something different.
Well, look at we're already generating some momentum here. So that's a great idea. So food truck. Got it?
Chris?
Yeah, what she said. I was just gonna say, I was just gonna say, I think this is an excellent idea. I don't know where it originated from, because it's something fresh. And I think it's absolutely a way for us to showcase what we are doing for community. And they seem to respond really well with those type of events. Here's proof of the work that we're doing. And yeah, food truck make it higher engagement probably. But yeah, I don't have any better ideas. I just really like others.
Well, I mean, in fairness, it was a collaborative effort.
Yours.
Ours. Thank you.
So I'm hearing general support. everybody actually pretty excited about it, so
Yeah.
I think you're good.
Okay.
Great job, Chris.
Well, thank you. We'll work on the food truck idea, but we do have some next steps here because the Thornton Activities Guide comes out here in a couple weeks. So I will be in touch with you all to solidify some dates and we'll work from there.
Okay.
And food trucks.
Food truck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, next time you can be a little bit faster.
All right, nonprofit funding requests.
And so, this is an annual, process that the council goes through. I'm gonna give, the floor to Ron for, I'm sure, for some of our new members, this will be a little bit new, but this is one of the ways that Thornton supports our philanthropic partners, in the community. So, Rob will walk you through.
Thank you. So we've got a short presentation. The information is in your packet. Going to provide a little bit of background on the program so that, particularly for the new council members, we're all on the same page. And then, as Tansy said, we typically in the beginning of the year try to get as many of these on your docket as possible, recognizing that additional events will happen throughout the year, and we'll bring those to you as we are made aware of them. And then ultimately, we're just looking for your direction, and this action would come forward at a future for a future council vote. So here's a little bit of background. So you have an ordinance for reimbursement of travel, training, and subsistence, and buried in that ordinance is actually this policy of sponsoring fundraising events. And so the current council or the old council members know that this is something that's been discussed over the course of a number of years. So organizations have a range of sponsors. We tend to, for a sponsorship, tend to go at the lowest level that will get you, our organization, recognized through the event. And if you choose not to sponsor it, that isn't to say that you can't get tickets and still attend the event as individuals. We do have in the 2026 budget $35,000 for sponsorships. That also, that's the same bucket of money that we pull for the youth events. So like the students that go to the STEM competitions, Brawl and Bananas, they always have the best names. That comes out of that same bucket. And then the $12,000 for school foundations, that's a per pupil payment that we make in the beginning of the year to each of our school foundations. So that's the background. Happy to answer any questions that that folks have on the approach. These are the list of sponsorships that we've received. Apologies, that's a little. This always happens. So it's small on the screen. Hopefully, it's bigger on your packet. But this is what these are the sponsorship requests we've received so far. You'll see the total down there is just over 21,000. So of your $35,000 budget for these types of events, if you were to award or if you were to go with sponsorships for all of these entities, you would have allocated a significant portion, 21,000 of the 3,500. We did include whether you approved or a sponsorship for these events last year, just from a standpoint of, oh, did we do this last year? There were a couple that we didn't sponsor, and then I think the Bullying Recovery Resource Center is. I think they maybe you all maybe attended an event, but they have not been a sponsor organization in the past. I look back, all of these, whether you've sponsored each individual event or not, at some point have gone through this process and received funding. So I can go through this one by one if you'd like. I can try to ask questions or take your feedback about whether there are particular ones that you don't want to sponsor, and defer to you, Mayor, and the council of how you want to go through this. There's quite a bit of information in the back of your packet about these entities and the events. I'm not familiar with all these events. I'm new to this gig, but would try to answer any questions I could.
Sure.
Thanks, Rob. I guess I'd like to start with, so the 2025 approved sponsorship would have been this time last year. That we would have been talking about this as a council.
Potentially, what we try to do is reach out in the beginning of the year and say, hey, tell us what your events are, so that you can kind of see all of them at once. Typically, these organizations, and I shouldn't say typically, some of these organizations don't know at this point. And so, like I said, later on in the year, we may get some that flow in. Included in your packet is the full sponsorship list for 2025. And I think generally the answer to your question, a long-winded way of saying yes. However, there are additional requests that came in.
Okay, so that leads me to my next question, which is, I think I'd love to just know for the ones that were not approved for sponsorship in 2025, like why was that? And if there's any context there.
It
that we should
varied
know.
based on the organization and how many other events we had already sponsored.
Okay.
If we had done a bunch already and they brought an extra one in, we tried to spread it out a little bit, so it
Okay.
wasn't all going at the same
So
time.
there isn't, on these that are no, there's no, like, hey,
There's no
this organization is counter to like the values of Thornton, nothing like that. There's nothing like that. Okay, so that answers, that concern. Is there a way to, I get maybe for the future, this doesn't maybe help this conversation right now, but when I love this chart that you've created, super helpful. I think it would be also helpful to know, is it like what city they're located in? You know, are they a Thornton-based organization asking for a sponsorship, or are they a Grand Junction organization that's asking for a sponsorship? And that I know we can go through the applications kind of line by line.
Sure.
But it'd be a neat overview. And I think that would help, because I'm inclined to say we have the budget. Then yes, like let's support these sponsorship levels. But if they're not really truly like helping our city, then I don't want to be a sponsor for it, is what I'm getting at.
We'd be happy to try to integrate that into future tables like this and certainly future requests. I think that's typically a question that council asks, how many Thornton residents have these folks helped? And I think that's something that we try to get. And so apologies, it isn't in the chart. I was just looking through the applications. I think it is in most.
Figured you guys cover that. It's just, that was top of mind based on just looking at the chart.
Sure.
It is a requirement for them to submit that information into their application because it's always a question the council asks.
So, yeah. Let's see, I think, yeah, we'll start. Thank you.
Then I have Justin, then Devin, then Chris.
Okay,
And then
so B5000, that's a new event. It's probably in the packet, but I didn't get a chance to see that. Do we know? Anybody familiar with what they're trying to do, John?
John volunteers with us.
Yeah, I want to make sure. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Martinez, for the question. Yes. So Feed 5000 is the annual event that Food for Hope conducts before Thanksgiving to feed, I think, 5,000 of our
Target is
folks.
5,000.
Yes, in Adams County. So it's not actually a fundraiser event that because I noticed it says 3 tickets. So it actually would not be a ticket. It's not like like a gathering. They do have volunteer shifts to pack boxes and then distribute the boxes throughout, apartment complexes in Adams County and also to schools as well through AMS 12. I think they did that last year. So, but still, I think it's like $35 a box. That it's gone up, used to be a lot less, but with inflation, of course. But yeah, so, I want to cover that. It's not an actual fundraiser that you're at a dinner. It is actually, you're actually in the community packing boxes, distributing boxes.
It includes a full Thanksgiving meal with a turkey.
Yes. And so $35 a box. So what we would be sponsoring are boxes for the community. So that would be a big boost for them for sure. Of course, and I have full disclosure, I have volunteered for Food for Hope for the last, since I moved here. So, and they are a great organization and their footprint is really expanded. I'm proud of the work that Emily Stromquist, Darcy Ball and the team are doing. I just was there today, actually. So, because the thing with the Thorn Creek Golf Course with the golf passes, I did take Food for Hope, just to let you know, just want the council know. So I did select them.
I usually do it.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm gonna get the whip cracked on me for that one, but that's what Feed 5000 is. And that's actually how Food for Hope started. Initially, Thorn Creek Church, they're the one, Pastor Ruben Villarreal is the co-founder along with our previous mayor Heidi Williams. Feed 5000 was a Thorn Creek Church project and Food for Hope grew out of that project and they have continued to this day. So I fully support, speaking for myself, that we sponsor the full 3,500 since we do have it in budget.
So, thank you for that. That was very helpful just to know what it
Yes.
is. I think, I recall that the annual bike and brew they do.
Mhm.
The last couple of years is conflicted with
Just last year.
Was it just last year?
Yeah, the year before it didn't, but last year it did with the bites on the block.
Oh, East Lake.
But they ended up making it a stop on the bikes and brews.
Yes.
And so that it instead of conflicting, it was part of the overall. I think that their goal though is to keep it separate this year.
Okay. Well, I would be okay with sponsoring all the Food for Hope if we can be sure that we're gonna be able to go to the bike and brew. That's the only one where I'm a little.
I went to both last year.
Yeah,
I went to that.
I went to
Okay, so we're
both,
good.
yeah.
Yeah,
You just have to coordinate your schedule, but
Okay.
yeah, you don't need a ticket for that.
And then, the only one that, the other one that makes me, you know, I think we last year picked one of the two for CASA, right? It says, and I'm also okay with doing that as well again. And then with the Bullying Recovery Resource Center, I think we've struggled. I think that's why we didn't do it last year because in 2024, we bought tickets to their gala and I don't think anybody was able to make it.
yeah.
So, and I think they might have one of the least, or one of the weakest connections to Thornton, if I recall right. So if we do look at the Bullying Recovery one, then, I would wanna make sure that we can go, or we could do the smaller one.
I think part of it was too, we got it last minute and then none of us were available last minute.
Okay.
But looking at their application, the Bullying Recovery says they have an event on Friday, October 2nd.
The Take a Swing one, I think, is coming up here at the end of the month.
Okay.
February 20. There were two. There was that one, yeah, 28th, and then there was another one that was.
October 2nd. Swing.
And then I just wanna remind, like, you know, for the new council members, just let them know that there's going to be more. I know Almost Home will have
A lot.
two more, at least two more. And there's a really good one that I think we should always support is Romito Foundation one.
Yes, and that's a new one we just started supporting, I think, last year.
Yeah. And so just keep that in mind that it, you know, we still have budget left, but there's gonna be more and from some of our. And Growing Home has one as well.
And even the kids that come forward with things, those aren't
Yes,
on
the
here because they
kids.
don't know yet.
Yeah, so, I'm saying this because, yeah, I think it's totally okay if funds, it wasn't have multiple. We choose between one or two to make sure we have enough for future requests. But I'm also okay with funding all of them, so it's really up to what you guys think on. It's just hard to go to all of them. I know that, and I think it was really important. To me, at least, that if we do get a sponsorship, that we have a presence there, because
Agreed.
it doesn't look great when I've been there when the Thornton table is mostly empty and I have to explain to people. It's a busy time, and so I think it's just, I know they appreciate the money, but they also appreciate the support, and that was honestly something I questioned when I first joined council. And I think the mayor's point has been well taken, 'cause you told me that, oh, it's very important that we're there, and I've seen that firsthand, so.
And if you accept it, you need to go.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would feel the obligation, yeah.
All right, I have a whole list of people that would like to speak. I have Devin, Chris, John, Cherish, then Drew again.
So I have a question and then I also have a recommendation. To the point of being able to attend these things, it'd be really nice if we actually had dates of when they're gonna be on there, so it makes it a lot easier for us to kind of validate if things are gonna overlap and kind of run into each other. So we don't run into things like with the bike and brew and bites on the block and those kind of things together.
And some of them don't know the dates yet.
Right.
Like Bike and Brew hasn't been set yet.
Yeah, if we know it, then it's helpful in that case. The second question is it staff's recommendation as far as sponsorship type, or is that something that it's just what we've done in the past and we just continue to keeping that same kind of sponsorship type? Because for some of the things in here, to look at something like the beverage sponsor for $250.
It's the lowest sponsorship. That's
Gotcha.
essentially been the request so that we could give more to more organizations.
Gotcha. Okay.
That can change.
You said the lowest that we get recognized in, right? So-
Yeah, to the best extent we
Good
can
point.
understand the sponsorship levels. Everybody does it a little differently.
Cool. Okay, that's what I had.
Chris?
piggybacking a little bit on what Justin was saying, but doing some quick math, I think we do need to make a decision definitively to maybe not do all of these quick math shows out of the 35,000. We have 13,450 left. If we continue with the schools, which was 11,720, that leaves the kids.
Hold on, Rob's gotta.
So that's a separate pot of money. 35 for the kids plus the sponsorships, 12 for the schools.
Okay.
Sorry about
Because I was
that.
gonna say, out of that
Yeah.
35,000, we're already negative 1570, and there's definitely no money for the kids.
Suck it out of your paycheck, Chris.
For 3 months.
Yeah, okay, then that's better, because I know the kids, they don't know if they make the competition. And
Exactly.
right now, like by the time they ask, we're gonna be out, and I
Yeah.
really want to support the kids.
But I think
in
your
this
point is still well taken, that we probably shouldn't say yes to everything, because we know a lot more is gonna come up. John?
Yes, so I want to clarify, the food pro, I have a date for the Rooted in Hope Gala. It's April 16th, Thursday evening. It's at the establishment at Brayburn in Westminster. So we do have a date for that. Of course, Chris, concerning, the budget thing, I mean, I'd love Fee 5,000, of course, and obviously that's a big impact, and that's actually impacting, and it's impacting kids and families. But then, that is $3,500. It is quite a bit. So, I mean, part of me doesn't want to cut that out, but then if some other things are coming up, we need to be, responsive to that as well. So, not gonna like me for that. But I just want to look at the big picture. It's like, if we want to do.
Could we do a smaller amount on that one? And then maybe we chip away at some of these to just bolster the balance?
Yeah.
That'd be less acknowledgement, right?
Yes, less acknowledgement, but
Right.
spreading the dollars around at the same
Yeah, I
time.
mean, I want to try and be respectful of that too, but it's like, oh, but yeah.
We're talking about the Feed 5,000 event, right?
Correct.
They had you probably know more about this than I do, but they have a meaningful level for $1,750, according to the information, sponsor 50 holiday meals for neighbors in need.
Yeah.
To be listed as a meaningful sponsor on social media on the website.
Yeah.
So is that your recommendation, to go to meaningful instead of thankful?
Yeah. To look at Chris's perspective too, we have to look at, there are other neighborhoods as well. So I do want to share some love.
The other alternative would be to hold that one for a little bit longer, because it's Thanksgiving, and maybe we make a decision on that one like July, and say whether, depending on who else comes out.
Yep, we can do that. I'm amenable to that for sure.
I'm a little concerned about that take, because now we're penalizing anything happening later in the year when they're already organized and asking for it. I'm sorry, was it my turn?
Okay.
Is
So
now.
we're on John's topic.
Okay.
It's
so
fine.
it's in the
Good.
set.
Go for it. I'm good. Yep.
Well, then I'm done with that, because I had another question.
Okay, you're on the list for the next round, but we're on John's question right now. Devin, was your button for John's? No, yours is separate? Okay.
I have a comment for John.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I know it's later in the year, but I would argue that one has the most meaningful impact directly on families.
For kids?
Well, because it's like, it's not going to the organization for some, with
Yeah.
figuring, a bougie thing, and also like
Yeah, it's,
overhead costs, the money's going directly to
yes.
Yes.
boxes of food.
So
So
in defense of that,
I feel
yes.
much better giving $3,500 directly to food boxes rather than a gala.
Okay.
See, I'm amenable to that too, but I just want to know what council has in mind. But then, of course, we'll have to look at something else. So, but yeah,
So leave food for hope alone.
yes.
That's.
Or else.
We'll come back. We'll
Yeah,
come back. We haven't made
yeah,
any decisions yet. Okay, so
Oh, sorry, Cherish, go for it.
you were next, Cherish. Did you have something separate? Okay. Drew, it's your turn now.
Yeah.
I wanted to revisit the budget amount, so $35,000 plus 12,000 for foundations for schools. So right now, if we fund all of these, we would have a 13,500, the ability, am I doing the math right, to fill that?
Probably.
Somewhere in there?
Yes.
So we
Yeah.
we can approve all these because they're already planned, and then we still have $13,000 for other events that come up. It seems like a pretty generous, purse to be holding.
I do believe we've actually overspent it every single
Yeah,
year.
it's gonna go quick. We have 21 and it's
Well,
February.
I mean, I understand that. If we looked at the events, so like Remedial, I agree, like great one, to continue sponsoring those that we did last year that haven't yet asked for that, what is that amount?
$11,800. I was adding it up. That's what my question was. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that puts us right around 35,000 if we expect them to come back to us in the future. And so I would recommend that we approve those that have come in, knowing that we have money available for these other sponsorships.
My number is what we already approved last year. This is yes on here for that. So if we approved everything that was approved as of last year, not the ones that were approved from last year, that's $11,800.
Got it.
Here's some new ones.
So there are a handful of new ones that add up to
The
$5,000.
$9,000.
The new ones add up to 9.
A little over 9, but yeah.
Was that the point you were gonna make, Devin, and you hit your button?
Yeah, the point I was gonna make is that if everything was yes, that was sponsored as of last year, that's $11,800. Which still gives us a ton of room to be able to add the feed for 5,000, which is a new event. Or any of the other events that are in there, and still gives us a really nice cushion where we're only spending half of what our total allowance would be at this point in the
For the
year.
youth funding and any other events that come up.
Correct.
So Drew's recommendation is we give them all.
Yes.
Any thoughts, concerns?
My recommendation would be we do everything we approved last year and add the feed 5,000 to it, which would give us 15,000.
So if there's a no next to it, we wouldn't
200.
approve it?
Correct. So it'd be 15,200 would be the total sponsorship amount we would spend right now.
But you wouldn't do the.
From the 35,
The
right?
Bullying Recovery Resource Center?
If it said no, I would do no again.
Yeah, is that, did we, when we did, I vaguely remember we did determine the bullying organization wasn't that much
Yeah.
effective to
Thornton
Thornton
in
residents. Is
particular?
that correct?
That's what I remember.
That's what I remember.
Okay, that's.
Yeah.
Well, based on my first question to our group was, why did we not approve an item from last year? And everybody said, because they came in too late and we didn't have money for it. So now I'm hearing that.
Or they didn't,
bullying-
They don't have anything.
there were various reasons, right? So either we didn't, but they didn't have money, honestly, never came into the conversation. It was more about how, what are they doing with Thornton families and kids? Or are we available to attend? And if we were not available to attend, which happened a couple times, we didn't sponsor the event. We encourage them to invite us this year instead.
Sometimes it happens during like NLC or something.
Yes.
Or budget.
So-
that's what it was.
How about on the Bullying Recovery Resource Center, we have hold that one for now to get a little bit more information specifically on the number of Thornton families before we make that decision, but not approve it now,
Maybe they have data.
Right.
Can't paste it off whole data.
right? That would leave one event for CASA.
Yeah, and I do just want to make sure you see, and we can certainly follow up with the Bullying Recovery Resource Center.
Yeah.
And your backup, there is information that since 2018, they have served over 600 families. And they believe they have served approximately 100 people in the Thornton area.
You're right.
Now, again, I don't know what that means. Those are pretty broad statements, so we can certainly follow up with them to get some more specific data from them.
Yeah, I agree.
And just, I'm sorry, not to further complicate it, the other thing with the bullying recovery, the Take a Swing at Bullying event is on February 28th, so that is the one.
Right around
that's-
the corner.
Yeah, coming up.
So that'll be a no to that one. The other one would be contingent on what does 100 in the Thornton area mean? Then that also goes back to CASA has 2 events. One, we only did one last year. Are we suggesting we just do indulge for CASA? Because I think part of it was the Light of Hope. Was that a breakfast?
I think it's a lunch. I think it's their luncheon.
And it's a lot of people couldn't go because it's during the workday.
Right,
Light of Hope is a luncheon May 1st.
Yeah.
yeah. I agree with the indulge would be.
We said we could buy individual tickets if we, but
Yeah.
not,
Yeah,
but it's
Right.
free. So this was really just a sponsorship, so we could still attend.
right. And then they just encourage folks to donate, obviously. I've attended Light of Hope in the past, great event, obviously. I'm for, putting money in the pot for indulge. Since that'll clear $3,500 off the tally there.
And then that just leaves the bike and brew as the other no.
It's.
August 29th.
They have a date for it now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So how do we feel about Bike and Brew? Because at first we were gonna hold off on the feed 5,000 to try and spread the money around. Bike and Brew is the smaller amount for 1,000. So if we were gonna stick with that previous statement, then maybe that is the one event that we would do, just because it's.
Well, with the fact we're not doing Light of Hope, I think that frees the money for Feed 5,000 for Food for Hope. I mean, there's a $500 difference, but then.
I thought you were trying to, we had 3 Food for Hope things already, so I thought you were saying.
I would,
you're
yeah.
2 of the 3 is a good.
Yeah, I'd probably. Yeah, Bike Brew, we could probably do no for that, and we can just, make sure Feed 5,000 and the Root and Hope's covered. I think I'll keep out hot water that way.
And maybe we still do annual, or the Bike and Brew.
Oh, we can still attend and.
Yeah.
I mean, we still do it like as we get through some of the other.
That's right.
requests.
Yeah.
It's not a no, that's a summer event, so maybe by April we have a better.
Yes.
idea.
I'm good with that.
So I'm not a permanent no, but
Yeah.
that's one we can hold on.
Yeah.
So
I
to
agree.
summarize where we are, if it says yes, we're a yes again. The bully recovering, we're a no on the first event, but we are a maybe on the second event, depending on the data we get. On CASA, we're a no on Light of Hope sponsorship. And then Food for Hope, we're on maybe on the Bike and Brew. Waiting to see where we are, April, May timeframe.
Yep.
And then we're a yes on the feed 5,000.
Yes. Correct.
Right.
As a new event. Is that what everybody heard? Everybody agrees to that?
So put us at $16,200.
Thanks, Devin.
Nobody's gotta do the math, guys.
No, I had that right here too. Just started.
That was a roundabout way to get to it. Thank you, Rob. Very much appreciated.
Good direction. Thank you.
All right, next is the Historic Preservation Plan.
So, Mal Kearns is joining us, so a little bit of a summary here. For prior council members, you've heard a little bit about our historic preservation plan. This is a little bit of a touch point, just to remind you of what the plan was doing and next steps. There was some prior discussion at the council table about potential code changes. This discussion about different kinds of approaches there, that none of that was in a staff work program. And so we both want to give some predictability about what is planned to happen next related to historic preservation. And if there is interest from the council about pursuing ordinance or code changes, we would need feedback. So I'm gonna pass it, or maybe Karen.
Kyle.
Yeah,
Go
okay.
right to it.
Well, excuse me, good evening, counselors. Appreciate that introduction. It saves me a little time here. So as noted, we're going to go over some items to review the Historic Preservation Plan implementation. Historic Preservation Plan was approved in December of 2024, so just a little over a year now since it has been a policy document guiding implementation of the comprehensive plan. And we will be seeking your direction on the last 2 slides if you agree with not only staff's recommended next steps, but then as pointed out, the Chapter 19 amendments will also be our final discussion as well. We'll go over some of the actions that the city of Thornton's already taken in recent history. We'll explain to you kind of what the Historic Preservation Plan is in the context in which its policy recommendations sit in the city. We'll go over kind of at a high level what the recommendations in the plan include, and again, those next steps and discussion around that. So here's just kind of a recent review of some actions the city has taken since 2006. The reason 2006 was selected is because that was the year that Thornton turned 50, which is an important marker for historic preservation programs, because most areas or districts or landmarks can't be designated at the national or state level unless they're about 50 years old. Some states have different requirements, but generally 50 years is that marker. Between 2006 and 2012, the city did quite a bit of work around the Lamberton Lakes homestead property, as well as a survey and master plan for that. East Lake was surveyed for its historic resources, and that was used to provide some guidance in creation of the East Lake specific zones. Also in that time frame, the East Lake Grain Elevator was added to the National Register, and it is the city's only property on the National Register of Historic Places. Between 2013 and 2022, actions were a little more project by project basis. In 2010, the city's historic recognition code was adopted. So I just want to kind of call that out. Missed that in the previous slide or bullet point, but the actions in the midterm there really were just around recognizing the Reitenstein barn as a local landmark and that is our only locally recognized property. And then the efforts around the Thornton Fire Museum began in that time period as well. In 2023 to now, the city's historic preservation plan started in 23. That again was approved in 2024. Since then, staff has worked to incorporate historic preservation efforts into already existing efforts that the city is working on. One of those being some of the outreach that we did at the Better Block event in East Lake, had some historic preservation touch points there. As Tansy had noted, in 2025, there was some discussion around changes to Chapter 19, and we do have a slide specific to that, so we will get to that at the end of the presentation. The Historic Preservation Plan is a policy document, is a guiding document. It is not regulatory. It was accepted by council as a guiding policy document of the comprehensive plan and supporting implementation of the comp plan. It contains vision and goals within the HPP, which were derived from community engagement. One of the chapters begins what's called a historic context, which provides an overview of Thornton's history even before 1956. So even looking back into the early or late 1800s and before, and then provides recommendations based on national best practices for implementing a historic preservation program. We just want to kind of touch briefly on the council strategic plan. While the HPP is not distinctly called out in any of the actions or goals, we do feel as if the recommendations in the plan can further the strategic plan goals. Two focus areas that are relevant here, the vibrant and purposeful development and connected communities. All this to say is that the HPP won't get in the way of the strategic plan, and where we can incorporate it, we will, especially around areas that consider things like cultural amenities or public plazas or anything to that nature. The HPP's guidance can help kind of further those goals already in the strategic plan. At a high level, we'll just talk about kind of what the recommendations are in the plan. Each recommendation is assigned a specific tier that kind of describes when we anticipate that action being implemented. Tier 1 recommendations are generally anticipated in a shorter term, within about 5 years of the planned approval. Tier 2, more in that 5 to 10 year range, and might actually require a little more staff capacity or some funds to implement. And the Tier 3 projects are really anticipated to be implemented once the program is a lot more robust, 10 years out in the future, and they typically have a lot higher costs associated with them. There's kind of 4 general areas in which the recommendations fall. Community engagement is a big focus of the plan, and a lot of those recommendations are considered Tier 1 projects, and those kind of consider expanding our networks and our resources that we provide to the community, as well as expanding our archival resources. Surveying is another key aspect of the plan. Surveying is a key part of historic preservation programming, because without surveys, you can't make decisions about what you recommend for designation and protection. Surveys are generally about Tier 1 or 2 recommendations and consider areas like East Lake or original Thornton for surveying. And that is kind of leads into the landmark designation discussion, as often once you complete surveys, they help supplement recommendations for designation. And to do that in Thornton, again, that is the Chapter 19 processes or the Historic Recognition Code. The plan also considers state or national register recommendations, but many of the Tier 1 and Tier 2 recommendations also include local landmark designation.
Before you move on, I have Drew and then Devin.
Hey, Kyle. Thanks for being here. Thanks for this presentation. You mentioned in that survey for resources, expanding the East Lake survey. I know we did one pretty extensive one. Was that 2000?
2000.
2000? Yeah. And it had a list of properties. My house is on that. What does expanding Eastlake survey look like?
Yeah, so expanding, we met with the state, we actually did a kind of a walk of Eastlake with their historic preservation staff. And the survey now really only looked at mostly commercial properties and a few like outliers that are kind of elevated to a little more important. So like not only your house is on, but the church down the street is another one of those. So not on the commercial strip, but its focus was a little more narrow. The state thinks that given the age and how much time has passed since 2000, that expanding that to not only include all the residential properties, but maybe even looking outside of the platted town itself would be worth consideration. And that was not considered in the 2000 survey.
Okay, so it'd be a pretty big lift to survey all of the residential properties.
It could. We already have a good foundation with the existing survey, so it wouldn't be recreating the wheel in that sense, but it would be adding to it. That's why it says expand. It may not come up with like some of the homes are newer, or I know there's a couple mobile homes, for example. Not everything is going to really warrant research. So it might not be a super heavy lift necessarily.
Because you're still looking at that kind of 50-year criteria and then anything of historical significance. Got it.
Yeah.
That's great. Thanks.
Devin?
Do we have any data as far as places that were evaluated or not necessarily evaluated, but maybe put on the list to be evaluated and that wasn't approved at the time? That is the reason for the coming back to reevaluate these? Or is it just more of we're gonna have to conduct a brand new survey on everything in that general area?
I'm not sure I follow your question.
So have we had any, I know maybe it's the process here. I know in a lot of different cities, there's an application process to be able to be added to that list. Do we have any kind of data around people who have applied or buildings that have been put into that process that haven't been approved, that we would need to go back and reevaluate again for this expanding of the surveys?
That's not typical of surveys. So surveys just kind of provide the information for what may or may not be considered historic. The designation process is often separate from that. So whether or not a property was denied doesn't really get determined through additional surveying and expanding beyond.
Okay, so maybe I worded that wrong. Maybe my question is more of around with the ones that went through the application process, do we have any data around what was approved and what wasn't approved?
It's a very short list. So yeah, yes, we do. We can get that to you if you'd like.
That'd be great.
I think you can keep going.
I'm just taking some notes here. Okay. All right, so we're kind of just wrapping up on the capital projects and process improvements there. Those are really considered tier 2 and 3 projects and require a lot more planning and staff capacity and funds. So the discussion tonight is not focused on any of those recommendations, and we're largely focused on tier 1 recommendations with some tier 2 considerations as well. So we're kind of closing out with the next steps here. These are staff's recommended next steps. We kind of group them into 3 areas. So this is not just 3 recommendations. These are just 3 general categories to consider, which have multiple recommendations within each. First is that staff would apply for grants to expand not only the Eastlake survey, but to consider potentially original Thornton. Based on the state's office recommendations, Eastlake is a higher priority based on just its age. We could consider either though for grant applications. The second is kind of to expand our community engagement offerings and to consider other tier 1 projects within the historic preservation plan. That could include things like expanding community engagement with local and regional partners. To continue the efforts of the Fire Museum would be part of this as well, as that's called out in the plan. And considering public outreach offerings at not only the Thornton Fest that celebrates the 70th anniversary of Thornton this year, but also the 150th celebration in Colorado. And the third there is to consider recognition of historic landmarks for city-owned properties. This is a recommendation within the plan. It already considers a lot of historic resources the city already owns. And typically this is something that a established program does. And so this would help us kind of get that foundation going, get the constituency of community engagement there. Also, we have found through consideration of some grant applications that when properties are locally designated, they are a stronger contender for grant funds. And so that's another reason that we're recommending that. And so this is staff's recommendation for next steps. However, if council would like to see some amendments to chapter 19, we would need that direction from you tonight. And considering amendments to chapter 19, we've kind of grouped it into these kind of 4 categories here. I just want to kind of reiterate that the amendments to chapter 19 are, a key part of the HPP. However, they were not considered one of the earlier recommendation items. That said, if you wish to see these amendments here, we've kind of grouped them as minor versus major amendments. If we want to consider minor amendments, that could include things like clearing up our processes, considering allowances for signage. It would not change our regulatory approach. So right now, when a community member or a counselor recommends a property for historic designation, it goes to TASHCO for a review. They provide a recommendation to you all, and then you're the final approval body in that case. We don't, in the minor amendments, intend to change that approach. We anticipate that that could get done with current staffing levels in 2026. Major amendments would be a complete rework of Chapter 19. That would include considering state and national requirements for what's called certified local government. That would open up potential funding streams, but it would completely change the regulatory process for Chapter 19. If we are going to go with the major amendments, that would need a future council discussion and a planning session similar to tonight, but more focused on what that major amendment would look like. And staff currently does not see, doesn't, like we were saying before, it's not currently in kind of the workflow for staff and would be best deferred to 2027 to kind of get that in order for you all to consider properly. If you have other considerations for us tonight, that would come to that 3rd topic there. We just want you to distinctly call out what that might look like for us. Even if it's major amendments, minor amendments, plus some other things, just make sure that we understand what that is from you all. And lastly, we don't have to change Chapter 19. If you noticed on the previous slide, that was not on staff's recommended next steps. So it's certainly something we could punt for a future date. However, if you do want to see amendments to Chapter 19, we'll need that direction tonight. And this is the final slide, so open it up for discussion.
Chris?
I think it would behoove us to see if you could do a presentation on minor versus majors, because what really caught my ear was the ability to get some additional funding if we did consider some of the majors. I don't know what those implications are. I don't know what the specific changes are. So if maybe we have a side-by-side of minor versus majors, then we can make a decision if one of those is an avenue that best suits us.
Justin?
Yeah, along those lines, what are the state or national requirements that it sounds like we would need to make changes to align with them? So what, you just generally from a high level explain where we're coming short of those or what's missing?
Yep. So what's missing? The design review process is one piece that's missing. So when say, and that's more typical of historic districts, so not so much for landmarks. But for example, if say there was a historic district for a particular neighborhood, you would have defining features of what makes that a district. And then when they come in for say a new permit to build a duplex or something, just kind of whatever it might be, they'd have to meet that criteria and it would be reviewed through a hearing similar to how things go to planning commission and then to maybe another board or something like that. That's one of the key missing pieces in talking with the state. TASHCO could remain the body. They don't necessarily have to, be a specific historic preservation commission. It is typical that they're a historic preservation commission, but TASHCO, if the bylaws were correctly adjusted, could be that according to the state. We would just need to apply for certification in order to become what's called a CLG, certified local government. And they would review kind of TASHCO's conformance with the requirements at that time, but they have indicated they could work.
I do want to lift that answer up just a tiny bit, because I think one of the fundamental policy questions is whether this program is about education and recognition, or if the council intends to move in a more regulatory posture with its historic programs. That's a pretty fundamental question that would underline that place. So if you go to other communities, it may be like regulations on the kinds of materials, the kind of form that people can use, and that. And so, that would be a pretty significant fundamental shift in the way that we've approached this. So I think that is certainly there are practical policy questions that would be thought through there, but it is a fundamental shift in the posture around how we've approached our historic preservation program.
And also, two is not mutually exclusive. You could do one and two, right? Or one can.
Yeah. And just to supplement a little further, the state has model codes of varying regulatory levels that we would use to model our amendments with, some of which don't alter what we have a whole lot. So just for what it's worth.
And Drew is next.
Oh.
He's getting something to drink.
Thanks for waiting.
Only 9:15.
As you guys might remember, I have some personal experience with the process.
Yeah.
And I will say, hats off to Kyle for all the work he put in for our application last year. Tons of research, tons of time. And it's really a fascinating process, really, to go through all the kind of data that comes together to put these things, for these applications. I know it was the first one I think we did as a residential property, right?
Correct.
So, I know there were some concerns around, with council at that time, some that still sit in this room. I think there were concerns around bachelorette parties, which, obviously, which related to Airbnb. And there are rules with Airbnb, I think, that weren't really talked about more. So I think that could be something that is brought up, so we're not ignorant to the rules of Airbnb and how they relate to property ownership and use of our properties. And I'm happy to chat about that if people have questions about that in the future. I think it's really important that with this ordinance, chapter 19, again, I can speak from experience on this. First, there aren't that many homes that would fall, so you have Denver, has homes built mid 1800s, late 1800s, early 1900s, mid 1900s. And so there's various categories of neighborhoods that all fall into these historic, significant category. Thornton doesn't have that yet. We have our earliest neighborhoods as a city were built in 1954, even before the city was incorporated. So, and then that was a mass development, a suburban development like we see today. There are very few neighborhoods in Thornton that this kind of unique Denver-esque mentality would apply. And unfortunately, it would apply in Eastlake. It might apply for a property like Lamberson Farms. But we're talking about a handful of homes. We're talking about a handful of property owners. So the intent of this code, as it was written many years ago, a very mature code, as I've heard, it was designed to be a recognition, an educational ordinance, something that's been around for a long time. So I think we lose the intent in the heart of that ordinance by trying to levy or potentially levy additional requirements as a city that only detract from people wanting to be a part of the program. It gets more expensive to do these things. Now, I also would say, I agree, city-owned properties, if we have the ability to preserve that in a way, like the Eastlake grain elevator, to have requirements around hey, that building needs to kind of look like a grain elevator when we redevelop it. I agree with that because we have the ability to do that as a city in our budget and to plan for it. But to do that to residents is a step backwards, in my opinion, because we're not talking about swaths of neighborhoods at this point. So I would just ask us to look at that and consider what that means. I would also ask if there's a way in our process, and again, I'm bringing this up for everyone, that we can make this process maybe more administrative in nature. Kind of like we did some changes with the development code, where if it meets the requirements of historic recognition per our longstanding chapter 19 ordinance, that there isn't a requirement for council to vote on it, because as we saw last year, there's a very real possibility that it can be used in a political way. And we just need to get away from that, frankly. It's not fair to the residents. It sets a bad precedent as a council. So anyways, I just want to bring that up. Just some thoughts. Any thoughts on that?
Chris?
So you strike a chord with me because obviously with my day job, you're dead on with the cost associated with renovating historic properties. It's astronomically higher. On the flip side of that, though, when I've seen those projects completed, they are absolutely amazing, and it does retain character, charm, and that's where I guess we have to think long and hard on if there is redevelopment, because houses are just like any other material thing. They're gonna get dilapidated over time. So do we want, like, you have a really cool house, but would you want to see something like ultra modern, you know, what you see like in downtown Denver, where we're gentrifying neighborhoods, go in there? And I think that there might be some pros to that preservation, and that's where the chapter 19 piece of maybe requiring it. To piggyback on your point, it is a small pocket of homes, and I think people would like to preserve that. But at the same time, if that's not something of your interest, then when you buy a home, you know you're buying, or you should be made aware of. I'm not going to say every agent is very good at it, but it's a historic district. So something as simple as changing windows becomes a lot more expensive, and that's going to be a necessity of those homeowners. So what's more important? The intent of preserving that neighborhood, the historic feel and vibe of it, because it is our oldest community within the city, or are we more concerned with future owners' costs when they do have to do those renovations? But then you're going to lose that charm and that historic vibe that you have when you drive through there. So I don't know if I even have a solid position on both, because I've seen both, but what's more important to this body of council? Preservation and that charm and keeping our oldest community looking the way it does, or consideration for future homeowners or current homeowners too, of costs associated with renovating their properties or rebuilding those properties. I don't know where we stand as a body. I can see both sides to it, but maybe that's where we gather that information from tier one and those residents and see what's more important, the preservation or future costs, because that's really what I took from a lot of what you were saying there. You pointed out two really significant things in your statements, and I can't say I disagree with either of them, but I don't know what's best.
I think to respond to that really quickly, so my neighbor is doing a fantastic job of creating housing inventory in our community, specifically in Eastlake. And he told me that even without all this discussion around adding, extra requirements on property owners, that he actually has, when he works with the building department to build these properties where he has a by right use, they still ask, like, hey, what does it look like? You need to include some elements that make it like this, leans towards like historic type of home. And so that process, I would actually love to get more details about Because if it already exists, we're already addressing that concern about like, how do we continue to keep a historic character with systems that already exist? We should continue doing that, because it's working. So that's what you made me think of. Love to hear from that, hear more about that.
I just want to respond to a couple things before they get kind of out there and,
Sure.
and don't have a response. So, first, with East Lake specifically, it has distinct zoning requirements that might be what you're referencing. I don't want to speak too much to what the building department says, but if they're asking for like what the siding looks like, that's news to me as well. So that would be helpful to talk about maybe outside of this context. There is East Lake specific zones, and they do have specific form and massing requirements that other parts of the city don't have. So just to be clear on that. And that is separate from the historic preservation stuff that we're discussing today. That stuff happened when East Lake was annexed into the city. There was a whole process, a whole another thing separate from all of this. So just want to make sure that that's established. And the plan itself, so what we're kind of talking about is historic districts, which would be in the major amendments category. And historic districts is not a large focus of the historic preservation plan. It is largely focused on city-owned properties. What landmarks do we have as an organization, and how can we promote those? Kind of the conversation started going more towards what people are used to with historic preservation in terms of the kind of the negative connotation that comes with districts. That is not a large focus of the plan. It is a focus of the plan only because it's a national best practice. It does not have to be something that we immediately pursue, especially if we were to consider minor amendments. And it seems like the more educational recognition piece is maybe kind of what I'm hearing as a preference, at least from so far. It's certainly, to Councilor Russell's point, like we could show you what major and minor looks like in a future date. So you can kind of better understand like what a district is and how the implications for property owners play out. But just to be clear, like seeking out districts of hundreds to thousands of homes is not a recommendation of the plan. Despite maybe our consultant was really excited about original Thornton, and there's a lot of history there and stuff, like a lot of excitement there, certainly. And depending on who you talk to, they might think the whole neighborhood's historic. We don't have the survey, we don't have the information, we haven't gone through the land use process to even like get to that point, and it's not considered a high priority of the plan. Just to kind of touch on some of the things that the two of you were discussing.
Perfect, thank you.
I do have Devin and Roberta. Did you want to add anything, Chris?
No, I think he actually provided a little more clarity. I think we're narrowing down too much on residential versus what we should be keeping more focused on.
Hey, Devin.
Yeah, I would recommend we go with the minor amendment and to the point of everybody here is, for the most part, a big fan of reducing the red tape and making sure that we're not putting constraints on individuals who own these properties and kind of beating them to death, whether it's the city or individuals as residentials as we can keep building things out. I lived in a house that was built in 1909 in Denver. And when we had to replace the windows, it was a major pain because even though the new windows were there, it was it was a nightmare. Because they had to look a very specific way and all, which was fine, but the more red tape we add to it, the more regardless of future owners or current owners, if something happens, we're adding undue burden on top of them for that reason. And that comes at the same place from the city side for any buildings we do. We're gonna add our own burdens on top of that from the city's buildings for things like the grain elevator, if we try to add too much to this, rather than keeping it very general and kind of going with just the minor status at the point.
Right.
I agree with what Councilmember Bird said. I remember how exciting it was to talk about original Thornton and the, initial meetings we had about this a while ago. But I've also heard the horror stories of trying to, same thing, replacing windows in Denver in an old house. It's just a nightmare. And I can't imagine what it would be like if you just can't afford it. Like, it just seems like nearly impossible to be able to do that. But what I'm curious about is how we've talked a lot, I don't remember where we just talked, I think we were talking about it this weekend, but just about our identity as a city. and how we can, utilize this idea to help us with that a little bit more, because original Thornton and East Lake are definitely like kind of some of the identifying landmarks of the city of Thornton, and how we can kind of utilize the historic ideology of like the mid-century home and the farm home. And I like the idea of having other national or not other landmarks, that we could utilize to continue that conversation to build our identity as a city. I remember when the consultant came, that was part of the conversation. At first, I was super excited about the idea of having historical neighborhoods. And then I heard about the crazy regulatory issues of having to do repairs or construction on these homes that are older and need repairs. And I mean, my parents still own their Hoffman home, and the windows are completely different. They're vinyl, like most people have now. When we moved into the house, it had the cranky window. Those are
Which
horrible.
you can't buy anymore, really.
No, I mean, so yeah, like where would you even get that? Like somebody would have to machine it, so. Yeah, but that's what it had when when we moved in, it had those windows, and now it's, it's not, another thing is environmental issues. It's not efficient. Like those types of design elements went out for a reason, right? So, I guess it's just kind of like, how can we do kind of walk and chew gum at the same time with some of this stuff, so we can consider our identity as well.
I'm hearing a couple of different things. One is a request to understand more between the minor and major, and then what potentially state or national regulations could add to properties, unless you want to pull that back. I think that came from you, Chris.
No, because that opens the funding element. So I mean, we can weigh it
To
out.
understand
If
that
it's worth,
means.
if it's worth it, I don't know. But that's what the side by side would provide us.
And I'm hearing leaning towards the minor amendments, but not kind of confirmation at this point from consensus, but until we understand the difference between minor and major. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would add, are we to explore a difference between city-owned properties and residential properties? We can have two different paths and requirements. It doesn't have to be all encompassing. At least that's how I look at it. Can we divvy it up like that?
Oh, we can,
Look into it.
yeah, I mean, that's the gist of it.
Exploration between those things, and then also going back to the administrative element of this historic recognition process. Is that something that's a possibility where we make it frankly less political, and make it something that is truly meant to bring the community together, educate, highlight, and celebrate some of these things that are happening or that have been created in our community. Seems like biggest impact for the public would be that route. So I'd be interested in, as a group, hopefully we could agree that we could explore that, maybe the pros and cons of that.
I think you'd want to a little bit defer that discussion to this discussion about the goals of the code. So to the degree that, you were imposing, and this is where your city attorney probably, would want to, at the point we were imposing limitations, new regulations on particular properties, that probably is not something you would want to have as an administrative process. There's inherent legislative sort of impacts in terms of impacting property rights. So I'd kind of almost recommend that we defer that question till there's a little more clarity about what the goals of the program are.
Well, I'm speaking, and that's a really good point. I would agree with you. Because we also wouldn't want it to be administrative without an owner nominating their own property.
Right.
And now there's a potential that you have a group of people that impose something on somebody.
Right. I think there were,
that,
right.
absolutely. But I'm saying, as the current code is written right now, it can absolutely be an administrative process. So can we also, as part of it, look at, if we don't do any changes, I guess minor amendments actually could fall under that, if we're not changing any kind of regulatory approach. could we look at, does the minor amendment include as part of that process, revision to make it administrative?
I think we can do research to see if there are administrative processes and what the allowance would be and share that information back with the council.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a key thing on one of the slides, Kyle, that you had, I think it's from the HPP grouping of slides further down, is that element of owner. It's through, it's like the packet. It's not actually I'm sorry, it's not in the presentation. It's in the executive summary. There is a process written out, and I think that the owner consent required for anything is going to always be the number one kind of criteria, that thing. So I want to highlight that. I want to thank you for having that in there. And I will continue to advocate that is, well, I think like we've seen in Denver, where there's some trumping of that acknowledgement or that consent. We want to avoid that altogether. So let's make sure that's highlighted in this review.
Understood. And just for reference, the executive summary has this nice flow chart, and this is kind of what the national best practices are when we're talking about some of the amendments.
I do just want, I think we'll schedule at a future date a further discussion about digital pathways and council amendments. I didn't hear any concern with the work program in terms of staff continuing with the proposed next steps, however. So I think all of these action steps would support any course that you were to take, either with no amendments, minor amendments, or major amendments. So just want to make sure there was concurrence there.
Any objection from the council to that?
And just to supplement, within the report, it outlines that if we're going to consider amendments to chapter 19, that third action that you see there would be considered after amendments to chapter 19. So I just want to make sure that that's understood as well. That number 3 there would be after we consider the amendment discussion.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Kyle, I will just reiterate how much you've done in anticipation of the East Lake Street Fair, even that document you created with a walking map in 2024 at this point, and the amount of information that you gathered, the amount of time and energy that you put into this as an additional responsibility on top of your day job. Super impressive. And I cannot reiterate how thankful I am for how you've helped move this process along and this program along. So keep it up. Thank you.
All right. Board or commission reports. There wasn't a big update on AC rep. All right, council discussion items. Justin.
You all knew this was coming. I hope you all had a chance to read the letter that I asked Nancy to send out to council. Just to reiterate, it's a really simple proposal to make a one-time increase to the TAF, Thornton Assistance Fund budget, $50,000. Taking that, reallocating the $50,000 from that 7th anniversary celebration budget. And I won't do the whole letter, but I laid out some arguments, and based off of what we've seen from all of our nonprofit partners in response to the federal funding cuts, I think the sense of urgency is pretty clear. And I was thinking about all the different ways this is impacting our community, and also trying to be mindful of the processes that we set up. I feel like this is an urgent need, and I think we'll be able to, even if we're able to help out, prevent one family from becoming homeless, I think that's a net gain for the city. So, and I also lastly would just like to say that this would still allow us to have a 70th anniversary celebration. Having that $20,000 still would get us the planned laser light show. And I guess what I didn't include in the letter and for the new council members is we had a discussion last year about the breakdown of costs for this, how the $70,000 would be spent on this 70th year anniversary. And over $50,000 of that was proposed to be going to additional stage and more bands. So increasing the music component of that program. And then there was a laser show element for $15,000. And then about 6,500 or so of marketing and miscellaneous costs. And so in summary, I just think that this money could be a better investment into our community. And we'll still be able to do something special and recognize the 70th year anniversary. We just, you know, me personally, I'm able to trade off some of that extra music component of our show to give more opportunities for all of our nonprofits who've applied for TAF funding to have an opportunity to fund new projects. And I guess if we do go forward with this, I'd like to clarify that 50,000 go to both the housing and the food security priorities, because we broke down the funding into different priorities, and housing and food security were at the top. They're also identified as the most needed. So I know this isn't a comprehensive solution. This doesn't solve homelessness. There's a lot of work to be done at the regional level, and I would like to continue those conversations. I just saw this as an opportunity to take immediate action that I think could make a overall net benefit to our city.
Devin?
Thank you for sending the email over. I read through it. I have some concerns with some of this. I think one is that a one-time offer of $50,000 doesn't replace any recurring regional funding. And I think it sets a precedent that the state or county or any other municipality can back out of like deals that they've had in the past, and the city of Thornton's gonna step in and save them. I don't think that's a good precedent for us to set. I think that it creates risk in short term regarding expansion and contraction of budgetary expenses. And we're setting that precedent as well. I think that it also weakens our predictability for our staff. We've already approved a budget for this year that went through the council. Everything was approved, ready to go. And we tell our staff, this is what you're sticking to, this is what you need to go do. And now we're trying to change that and make modifications to it when we've already got contracts in works, we've already got other things that are rolling down the hill and kind of moving forward. And lastly, I think it creates a reactive model more than a strategic model for future council to kind of process and go forward with, which is another really bad precedent to kind of set in place. So based on the recommendation, I don't support moving the $50,000 away from things that are already budgeted. I think that specifically in this case, we're looking at a single event to try to pull that funding and stuff away from, instead of having a more broad and laid out approach to seeing what the long-term solution would be for it.
Others? Chris?
Sure. I understand your point. I don't think there's a precedent though being set by the county and falling short of their previous commitments. What it was federal funds that just didn't make its way down to the county. So it was part of the, it was discussed somewhat at the Adams County Regional that it's adapting to just the world today and how it was different yesterday. Understanding that the budget was approved, but that is part of our jobs on council to make those adjustments. And if we need to reallocate, a good example of that was COVID. I'm sure, you're not in Colorado at the time, but just because the budget was approved prior to changes that affect a vast amount of individuals doesn't mean that we shouldn't take the look into reconsidering that budget. And the biggest thing, I had asked for that information from Almost Home and Growing Home as well as the city, and everybody reacted really quickly in order to provide that information for the regional summit. But the costs of taking care of the unhoused once they have lost housing is significantly higher than doing preventative measures. And with our budget, as you know, we've increased our remediation significantly year over year. So I think the strength in what Martinez is proposing is that ultimately it helps the city save money if we can keep people in their houses. And I know Councilmember Morris probably has had many of the conversations too, being right there by the light rail of the unhoused. So if we spend money on some luxuries and don't trim the fat when we're adapting to just having less dollars, more of those individuals will continue to show up in our communities, and it just poses that problem. And where I know it's in Ward 1 and Ward 2 and the unhoused, but I guarantee you, Councilmember Morris has had a million conversations about the unhoused in Eastlake, and if we can do something to try and keep those people in their homes, and most of those recipients are one-time recipients of that, and it gets them back on track, gets them caught up, and then they don't end up on the streets. So I think we have to take that into consideration as well too, because then we're just adding to next year's budget on remediation because more people will be unhoused. And it's not a long-term solution. You're 100% correct. But I think that's part of what our job in government is, you know, this is what happened. Now we're making a reaction. It's not a forever commitment. We're not going to bail the county out for the next 20 years, but perhaps 2027 yields different opportunities where we can put together some more long-term regional planning. It's a problem that's not going away. I think everybody would agree with that. So how do we take a baby step to keep people in homes so they're not unhoused? And if it means we trim the fat on a few luxuries, I'm still going to Thornton Fest, whether it's our 70th anniversary or, you know, any anniversary, because I think our residents love it. And so the choice is, do we invest in a little extra, knowing that's going to cost us a lot more on the back end with more people unhoused, or do we trim some of those luxury items for a celebration to try and keep people in their homes? Maybe for the short term, you know, the problem, like I said, is not going away, to your point, but doing one to me seems to have more benefit, because if we have to raise our budget on remediation another 100,000 next year, that's now becoming fiscally a strain on the city. And dollar wise, it's better to be in the preventive side than it is to react after they're without housing.
So couple of things on that. One is that we're making this sound like we don't already put money into something. We're already investing $312,000 a year into TAF already. So, and to add another $50,000 is a very significant amount of money that's being added on top of that. So we're putting money into the system, but we're telling people that we're not having enough money into it. It sounds like the allocation of the $314,000 that's already being used needs to be reallocated and re-looked at and how it's being managed and pushed out. I think that we're over assuming that we can throw $50,000 at this, which is only 12% of what the general ask is for this being there just before, and it's going to make all these differences and changes in the world. When we look at things like Almost Home, when you look at those numbers, this was something that struck out to me that was very upsetting about this specific organization. The last time that we had the conversations about everything is that they raised $5.3 million last year. They spent $1.4 million helping people like get rehomed or helping with housing assistance. They spent $1.3 million on shelters and providing food and things to shelters. Out of the $1.3 million that was spent to that, $300,000 was spent on bad debt, which means that was a very huge significant to a nonprofit giving out to bad debt. The remainder of the funds was done to salaries, administration, benefits. So out of $5.3 million, The housing only got 1.4 million. That percentage is a very low amount of money that's there. Now, we take that same kind of percentages and we put that towards $50,000. You're not giving $50,000 to people who actually need it so much as you're giving $50,000 to an organization who's gonna give 20% to families that need it. And that's where my concern comes with a lot of it, is that we're making it seem like it's a very large number that we're taking from this event because it's a luxury and these things are there, but that's not the case. We need to reallocate the $312,000 that we have there and reevaluate who we're giving that to make the biggest impact on the community as a whole. Not, okay, well, we still need to keep more money there. And to your point, you're right. Every time that something fails, we shouldn't have to step in and do that. But more and more often, it seems like that's what we're having to do. We look at things where public transportation, when the state falls on and fails on areas of that nature, we step up and we carry that weight because we're taking care of our citizens. But at what point do we say, okay, enough is enough?
Cherish?
So why do we need to give that $50,000 to an organization? Why can't we be the stewards of that money ourselves and roll it through like community connections?
The question is.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, if we're gonna be the argument all across the board, and this is how everybody feels, I mean, and this is what comes around, I mean, is there a way that we can be the stewards of our own money? I mean, I understand that these organizations need this money, I get that, but I'm just saying if that's how this all falls down.
We could certainly research what it would look like to do a rental assistance program directly. But there would, the ability to move quickly in terms of what would that criteria be, what would the screening process be, what would the application process? What'd you say?
Don't we already have a program?
We do not do direct rental assistance. We make referrals to organizations that provide that. And we certainly do some vetting and when it comes to like water assistance. So it isn't that we don't have any programs where we provide direct aid to families or to citizens. We do in terms of property tax rebate and water. There might be others that I'm missing that are more direct assistance, but it would take some time and a staffing model to figure out what a direct program that we would administer would look like. There certainly probably are cities that do provide programs directly, and we could do some research, but that would take a little bit of time to put that infrastructure in place.
Well,
I would also say that's kind of what the budget process is.
I pushed back at the beginning of this. I didn't want the $70,000 to go. So I'm on board to give it, to pull back and give $50,000.
All right, Justin?
Yeah, just, I think good points are being said all around. I do think just a reminder that when it goes into the TAF fund, it is not distributed, it's not guaranteed that any one applicant would get that money. So it's not going to Almost Home, it's not going to Growing Home, it just grows the TAF fund by $50,000. The TAF award process is independent of the council. The council doesn't have any say in who gets money for which projects. It's done by the Thornton Assistance Fund board, and they use a very prescribed formula to determine how those funds get awarded. So if we expand the fund by 50,000 for 1 year, that just means that more projects that have been already submitted, when they go through the TAF scoring process, more projects from all these nonprofits will get funded. And if we designate that extra 50 to be in the housing and food security, well, that would just limit which projects. We don't necessarily have to do that. That was just part of the urgency that I got from the previous presentation. But the reason why I am suggesting that we use a TAF versus just, allocate, give the money to Almost Home or Growing Home is so that it is a competitive process, that it still follows our typical process for the year, and that it's a fair process. So all of these nonprofits, not just Almost Home and Growing Home, they're all impacted by the change in federal funds, so. I just see all the projects that we've seen over the years that I've been on council have been net benefits to the city. So if we can fund more of those, I feel like we're doing a better job taking care of the city.
Yeah, Justin, I definitely appreciate you bringing this up. Because I mean, obviously there's a need and there's a passion. I mean, as, you know, I always look at city budget as like a personal budget. You know, it's like, how do you look at that philosophically? And I always believe in part of our personal budget is give a portion of that to things that we care about, charity, nonprofit, whatever it is, church. And the city does the same thing, which I appreciate. When we were doing our Thornton assistance funds, we were looking at the committees or the applications, and I think we even looked at a funding element at that point. There was something that I remember that had to do with how the TAF funding grows each year. And I think council made a decision that it grew at a certain percentage each year. What was that, like 3%, I think? And that was like a new thing last year, maybe the year before. Does anybody know what I'm talking about here?
I believe we both try to index both by population growth and inflation is, I believe, the factors that we use to grow the budget.
But it was agreed upon growth metric or growth percentage from the council. And that was something that was used in this budgeting for this year. Is that right? Looking at the people that voted on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just looking for head nods. I'm trying to understand as I'm working through this. So that was, I'll just say in October when we did that final approval. I agree that when emergencies call for it, that our city adjusts our budget to meet actual emergencies like COVID that happen and have the possibility to literally, you know, cause our city to shut down. What we're dealing with here is an ongoing issue that does require tons of attention and energy and money. But there will always be more of those that will happen next month, next year, the next decade, and that are going to require us to kind of separate our compassion and passion for the things that we care about, want to do, versus like a responsibility to stick to the things that we voted on and agreed on when there isn't an actual emergency playing out. So I am not in favor of pulling that $50,000 towards this, as much as I believe in the mission of TAF and will continue to support it, because I don't think that the scenario around this calls for us to do that. I just don't want to, like Devin said, I don't want to establish a precedent in that regard.
Roberta?
I looked at the email and I thought about this today. I called Tansy and talked a little bit about the budget, what that looks like, what it would look like, you know, to allocate additional funds towards TAF in the future, or if we did it earlier. Because I did vote so that we could have the 70th anniversary, I believe strongly in celebration. You all know that from this weekend, but also because I think building community is also what helps us create our identity. And I'm just a strong believer in having those events for our community. I've done a lot of research on it. It proves time and time again that it's healthy for our community. But that being said, looking at TAF and kind of the history there, when I first got on council, it went from $150,000 to $300,000. I was one of the voting members of the council on that because I truly believed we did need to double the budget given the situation, and situations have gotten worse. The thing is that I've also seen with ARPA how we've ended up having this money allocated to all these programs. We create programs, or this would be adding to a program that already exists that we sustain year to year. And then when that funding gets taken away, even though we all know on council and all of us that are involved in politics understand what happened, it's still a huge bummer when that gets taken away and it's not there anymore. And then you have to sustain on less, $50,000 less. So that's one reason why I'm leery about this idea. The second is that I think that we could look into, with our budget process, figuring something out as well. There's a lot of good points in what Councilmember Byrd said about philanthropic organizations and overhead costs, and that's why I spoke so much earlier about giving directly to Food for Hope with those food boxes, because I was like, that's really cool. $35 a box, it goes directly to the people. And that's also why I'm a huge proponent of mutual aid programs, because if we build that, that community connection and have folks helping each other through those means, it's usually just a little bit more community connected and people getting involved in their community, but also it builds a culture of folks helping each other and actually getting that direct impact. So through thinking this through, the other thing I thought of, I was just looking at John's union sticker. And when we give a budget to our city staff, they have already started booking musicians, they've already started booking stage hands and all that other stuff that need to put these stages and the musicians and the artisans that do the work for our entertainment. They're already being booked, and that would be taking work away from working people that are already probably expecting those gigs, and I'd hate to do that as well. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. Those are a lot of times working people that do those jobs, but they're also union members, and I want to make sure that part of what we do is giving back to our community and offering that work as well. So I'm definitely for looking at other more sustainable systemic options that will help us create a budget for our TAF funding that will be more sustainable through time, rather than allocating a fund, because then it becomes an expectation that we start to move money in the middle of budget cycles. And when we create that culture and then we can't fulfill it, it doesn't feel right to me. It feels like we're not being strategic, we're being very reactive. I think this is a time to react, but I also think we have to have some bigger picture strategy in that as well. So that's where I'm at.
John, then
Yeah,
Chris.
thank you. Yeah, so, I gave, Councilmember Martinez's proposal some thought. And everyone knows how much I care about community, and I deal with food insecurity as far as helping nonprofits out, and I want to just do everything. I just feel I always feel I never do enough, right? But the more I thought about it just doesn't seem right to me. And because for one thing, Mayor Pro Tem talked about, we already made an agreement on the budget last year. Most likely contracts have already been signed.
Has it? It's being said that.
But even that, it's still, we made that commitment. So there's like we need to find other ways, and to solve this. It's not going away. Houselessness is not going away. And then I also feel that if we do this, then it sends the wrong message. Like ARPA and CARES, those were meant to be temporary things. I mean, yeah, it sucked that they're not around anymore. But yeah, we can't just, it's like that extra 50,000 is going to make that much of a difference. We've already increased staff. So no, I'm not in support of that.
Chris?
Question, Chris, could you answer, did we already book?
I would rather we not put Chris on the spot without notice. So here's what I would say here.
I just want to know how far along in the.
Yeah, I am confident that if given direction by the council, we could find ways to reduce the budget at this time. Now, will that mean some trade-offs in the planning? And working through what we've already committed to and not. I don't want to put him on the spot of what we've spent and not spent or committed, because I'm not sure that Chris will even know on the spot without his staff that are in the detailed planning. On the flip side of that, I'm fairly confident that given there are always choices that can be made to reduce. So I think if we got the direction from the council to reduce the funding to the event, we would find a way to produce the event within the budget that was available. I know we can do that. I don't know what that would look like today. I do think there are more fundamental probably questions, you know, that have been asked that in terms of informing that guidance. But from a staff perspective, if we're given direction to find a way to deliver the Thornton Festival with $50,000 left, I'm confident in Chris and his team that we can find a way to do that.
This is where I was starting. So understanding one of the previous comments, 50,000 is significant. If I recall right, we increased the remediation by 100,000 this year. So 50,000 is significant. Cleanup being 100,000, twice the budget, that surely is significant. And I understand the various opinions on, hey, the budget's the budget, we shouldn't tinker with that. We agreed. Well, we just agreed to add $1 million to a fire museum, and that was an adjustment. So how can we sit there and say we want to be budget conscious and not make adjustments to the budget, but we just deferred $1 million additional to a museum? I find it very contradictory. So I don't want to batter.
Can you inform me on when that happened? Who was a part of that?
All the council minus the new representatives.
When was that?
Is that December?
I don't remember.
I mean,
Fall,
Yeah.
this fall time.
end of last year.
When was the
So
final budget approved?
So, yeah, that.
I think we're getting off topic.
yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just making to the point that we do make
I'm just trying to
adjustments.
understand the validity of the argument, that's all.
Okay, well, I'll use your words. Am I speaking? Okay. We did it. It was done. So when we argue that, or debate that we shouldn't make adjustments to the budget afterwards, it's done throughout the year. As you will see this year, there will be multiple budget amendments throughout the year that come forth. So it's not a line in the sand that we typically stick to. It's not anything new, is the point that I'm trying to bring up. Doesn't change people's positions. I just want to clarify some of those things, that budget amendment is a common thing. And we've done some significant ones within the last year that, you know, kind of pick and choose that. Oh, do we do budget amendments or do we don't? Or do we do it when it's convenient? And what's the threshold? $1 million was a lot. So that's my opinion of it.
I don't want to get off topic. Dave hasn't had a chance to speak yet.
He's tired.
I know, I'm just listening to, I hit my button. I mean, we talk about, you know, this might help save, you know, remediation. Thornton's not in a bubble. There's no, I mean, there are people come from all over the city, so that means nothing to me. That remediation is always going to be there. I mean, dealing with people homeless, unhoused, however you want to say it, they come from all over. Services are provided, they come for those services. So the remediation number is not going to change. It's always going to increase. I guess my biggest issue with some of the homeless initiatives is that none of them really seem to treat the actual symptoms. I mean, none of them remediate job training, mental health, drug addiction. It's you know, it's rental assistance here, but we have no idea why they need rental assistance in the first place. Is it because they lost their job, or is it because they're drug addicted, or is it because they have mental health issues that have never been addressed and will never be addressed? You know, there's always these point in time contexts that get used for determining how much funding nonprofits get. That's the metrics that's used. That all that does is incentivize nonprofits to tell me that there's more homelessness every year to increase funding without actually addressing the symptom, because otherwise they remove themselves from existence if the problem is addressed on a root level. So throwing $50,000, $100,000, you look at other major cities are spending millions upon millions of dollars, and the ask is always the same. We need more money. We need more money. We need more money. Well, show me what you're doing other than counting people and services. I mean, we've increased budgets every single year since I've been on this council. And the same issue persists. So whether you're asking for $50,000, $25,000 or $100,000, all I know is next year that number is gonna increase. And there's not gonna be a dent in this system, and the remediation is gonna be the same, whether you're at, the light rail up in East Lake or down in Ward 1. The homeless and unhoused are gonna come from Denver, they're gonna come from Brighton, they're gonna come from every which way. You're not gonna solve, we don't live in this, little bubble of Thornton that all of a sudden you spend $1 million and there's no more remediation costs because nobody comes to Thornton and camps out. So, I mean, I just don't see the purpose of it other than just a virtue signaling that we increase and we spend an ad hoc $50,000. That's my.
So I'm going to wrap up the discussion because I think we've kind of reached to a consensus. Your point is taken, Chris. We do make budget changes often. Your point is taken, Justin, that there is a systemic problem in the city and what is happening now is not working. But the consensus tonight is to not throw another 50,000 towards TAF at this time. I also agree we shouldn't, only because I don't want to be the bad guy next year when we don't have another 50,000 to put in it. And so I think we need a longer term strategy related to that. And we had a lot of great conversations this weekend about strategic partnerships and opportunities through our strategic plan that might open that door to address exactly the concerns that you have, Justin. And so that's what I'm committing to support, is those strategic partnerships as we work through that plan. So there's not consensus to move forward with that proposal, but thank you for bringing it forward. Are there any other discussion items? John?
Yeah. So I sent out an email to everyone. Gabe Martinez, he's Regional Director, Metro Denver for Senator Michael Bennett on the official side, and about what we've been discussing about the discussion that Thornton PD gave to us this evening about the flock cameras, and also the community meeting that was held last month, and also about ICE activity in Thornton. So I had a conversation with him earlier, and I have sent info to all the council about resources that can go to these folks that are being impacted by this. I also included Tansy as well, and then Tansy replied back and piggyback what resources that we have. So I will keep the council in the loop about any conversations that I have with Gabe and with Senator Bennett's team to try and get some relief on what's going on right now. I did attend AC Rep special meeting last week. I did inform the council about that. That was pertaining to the Front Range passenger rail. So I got to meet Sal Pacey, a great presentation. I did receive an email from them. I will forward that to council before I retire for the evening. So I will send that to you all as well. I apologize for not doing that earlier, but we were getting close to our orientation time. So, and that's all I'll say about that. I did ask one question. I said I was going to keep quiet and be a listener, but I want to know because it's going to be on a ballot initiative this fall, who gets to vote on it? And it's only the districts that the proposed rail will go through. So in other words, most likely the majority of Thornton's not going to have a vote on it. So I'm going to bite my tongue after that. So that's all I have.
Did you press your button?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I know that we have this 70th anniversary, the historic exhibit. Can we advertise this better? I've talked to a bunch of my neighbors that are original homeowners, and they're like, wow, we could go see all this stuff, and I have this really cool book, and everybody wants it now because when our subdivision was built, they gave a book, and now everybody in the neighborhood's like, you stole that book, we'll take it, copy it. But also, a long time ago, we used to send flyers in the water bill. I realize we're using a different agency, but let's start using that again, because in that survey that we did, lots of people were saying that they didn't even know that we had some of our, Thornton Fest and Harvest Fest and stuff like that. And I was like, how did they not know that? But going back to maybe putting flyers back into the water bill would help, because that really reaches a lot of people.
I don't think we send water bills out anymore.
Some
We
people,
do.
some
We do.
people, yeah,
Some people do.
get
Oh,
one.
you have to opt
A lot
into
of-
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
a lot of seniors do. I did not. I opted right into it. I don't want to go online. I want to be old fashioned. I want to still pay my bill with my check. Thank you. But I'm sorry, but when that happened, we have a lot of people that also their water was shut off, so we won't have that discussion today. But anyway.
Thank you for the feedback. We'll look at how we're promoting that exhibit, make sure that we push it through the activities guide. I know we're getting ready to send another city voice, I think is going to the printer. I can't recall if it's in this but we'll look at all those methods and make sure that we're promoting that good work.
Anything else? All right, thank you all very much.